The divided Korean peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximise the social, humanitarian and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
I'm Christy Turlington Burns, founder and CEO of Every Mother Counts, and I'm a member of the CSIS Task Force on Women's and Family Health. I joined this effort because I believe our country has a role to play in saving the lives of vulnerable women and children around the world. For the last 18 months, we have worked hard to build a vision for the United States to lead. We believe the moment is ripe for a new initiative to unlock the potential of adolescent girls. Too often, girls and young women in the developing world fall through the cracks, facing early marriage, unintended pregnancy, gender-based violence, and exploitation. But we know that when girls are healthy and educated, they become leaders. They contribute to their economies, have healthy families, and build stronger communities and countries. In turn, Americans benefit from a safer, more prosperous world. We believe that we have a cost-effective and forward-looking proposal that Americans of all stripes can support. Our plan builds on a record of long-standing global leadership by the United States. We would focus on 13 low-income countries with great need and existing investments in areas important to the health and well-being of women and girls. We would spearhead new goals in 4 areas: maternal and newborn health, family planning, nutrition, and vaccination against HPV to prevent cervical cancer. These are key services that are commonplace in the United States, ones that benefit women and girls in a major way. We have also focused on how to get things done, guided by the principles of efficiency, accountability, and partnership. We call for the leadership by the Secretary of State, USAID, and country missions, as well as high-level diplomacy to ensure that the U.S. does not go it alone. We demonstrate the need for better data, new innovations, integration of services, and an expanded role for the private sector. And we note the importance of sustained financial backing from the U.S. and our key partners. We've put forth a bold agenda because it will take big ideas and new approaches to help millions of girls and women living in poverty to realize their true potential. It holds the promise of changing the world for the better, a signature achievement for the Trump administration and the United States. I hope that as a country, we can unite to make this vision a reality.
Space is a critical enabler for military operations and an increasingly important domain of modern warfare. But operating in space is expensive. What would it mean for the U.S. military if costs were reduced significantly?
Start 1, 0.
Disruptive breakthroughs that could significantly reduce the cost of access to space may come in many forms. One of the most pursued methods for reducing the cost of access to space is making launch vehicles less expensive. Building launch vehicles in much greater quantities can enable efficiencies in the manufacturing process, but quantity alone is unlikely to yield order of magnitude reductions in costs. Novel forms of propulsion could also one day reduce costs.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 8th of our Global Security Forum series, and I want to say a special thank you to the company Leonardo that makes it possible. When we first started, they were Finmeccanica, and they are now Leonardo, but they stayed with us, and I'm very grateful for that. Joe, thank you for being here today. We're delighted to have you here, and I hope that you'll find this to be a stimulating day. Before we begin, we have public events like this, we always start with a little safety announcement. Okay, so I'm responsible for everybody here, which means if we hear a voice coming over that says we've got to get out of the room, I want you to follow me. We're going to go right out through these 3 doors here. The stairs that take us down to the street are closest to this one, but each one will get you there. We'll go down the stairs, take 2 lefts and a right. We'll go over to the courtyard of National Geographic. I'll have ice cream and we'll have a good time when we get there. Okay, so nothing's going to happen. It's never happened, but I do want you to be prepared in case I need to ask you to do something. So thank you very much. It is today we've got a wide range of things. What we try to do with the Global Security Forum is to show you what we consider to be the scale of security issues now. So it's not just guns and and ammo and tanks and stuff like that. There's a much broader range. I would encourage those of you that have a chance to. We will be showing a full, almost hour-long video that we've produced called The New Barbarianism. We'll be doing this at lunch. This shows what's been happening systematically. The Article 19 of the Geneva Convention stipulates that people are not supposed to attack healthcare workers on the battlefield. There has been a systematic attack of healthcare workers in Syria. A systematic attack. It's the most outrageous thing you can imagine. And I'd like you all, if you have a chance, to watch this video. It'll mobilize you to want to do something. It has me. I hope you have a chance to see that. We're going to start in a plenary session here today, and then the reason that we have kind of these rigid seating is because we're going to drop these walls down and subdivide, for the program. And I want to apologize to everybody sitting over here because you're going to be in an awkward spot in a minute. What we're going to do for this first session is it's a series of videos that are forecasting what might be happening in big issues over the next 15 years. And there are these little white boxes, these little clickers in front of you. You're going to vote on this. Now, first of all, let me tell you, you got to turn it on. So everybody turn on your clicker, okay? Because I need to know if the batteries are working. And if the batteries aren't working, hold it up. We'll have some people come and get you a new one. We're going to be asking you to vote on a series of questions after each one of these video segments. The questions will appear on these screens in front of you, but the results are going to be only on that screen. So everybody on that side, I'm sorry, you'll have to crane around and get a crooked neck. Okay, but if you want to see the results as we're voting, they'll show up there. We're going to aggregate these results into a final presentation to see what kind of a world are we going to live in. And so that's going to be our morning. I think what you'll see is we're trying to foreshadow the discussions that we're going to have in the breakout sessions during the day. The final part of the program today is going to be a simulated war game exercise. And so if you have the time to stay, I would encourage you to do it. It's going to be very interesting. Okay, are we ready to start the videos? Okay, I'm going to be stepping up back and forth to kind of keep this moving, get us through the questions. So everybody's clicker is on. Let's start it, Rebecca.
In the 1990s, the global economy entered a new period of remarkable growth, integration, and cooperation under U.S. leadership. But the nearly two-decade climb came to an abrupt end during the 2008 financial crisis, and nations suffered the first global recession since the 1930s.
Well, the crisis obviously disrupted growth, but it also undermined confidence in U.S. leadership of the global economy. And we've seen a return to zero-sum economic competition on the world stage.
This new competition is driven by several key factors, including weak, uneven global growth that is skewed towards the top incomes, driven by debt and imbalance between countries, tension between state capitalist and free market economic models, and a proliferation of problems without borders, financial crises, labor migration, climate change.
We're seeing this competition playing out in several areas. Dominance in next-generation industries, not just market share, but innovations and innovators, in critical resources from water to silicon, and in leadership, shaping institutions, norms, and standards.
These challenges have come just as the disruptive effects of globalization and technology are being most acutely felt in the U.S., leading to stagnant wages, increased inequality, and a backlash against the U.S.-led global economic order at home and across the globe. If we can rebuild domestic support for international engagement and adjust to the disruptions of globalization, the potential for technology-enabled growth and more widely shared prosperity is possible. Otherwise, weak, uneven growth may become the norm, and the U.S. may just become one more combatant in the zero-sum environment of an orderless global system.
Okay, now we're going to ask you to vote. By 2030, the global economy will take off with new productivity, suffer another major crisis, or remain an uneven patchwork. You only can vote for A, B, or C. If you vote for E, you stayed up too late last night. So we're showing the results of everybody's voting over on that far wall. I just want to make sure that we capture all the... Okay, let's go to the next question. Global interest rates will remain unusually low, be manipulated politically, will return to historic patterns. There are a lot of cynics in this room. Jeez, holy cow. Okay, let's go to the third question here. By 2030, the US dollar will remain the world reserve currency. Yes, no, a hybrid system will emerge. Anybody need a definition of reserve currency? Okay. Okay. Let's go to our next segment.
The information and communication technology revolution has reshaped commerce. Just as steam power radically lowered the costs of moving goods and transformed the village economy to large-scale industrial production and distribution, low-cost communication tools overcame the high coordination costs, which were a key feature of industrial organization. Once firms could precisely control production operations at a great distance, they became increasingly specialized. What was once a transfer within a single plant has become international trade in supply parts. As firms expanded production networks, governments pursued complementary policies, first through expansion of the multilateral system, then with agreements that deepened regional integration.
This reshaped global output. Living standards improved as the barriers to the movement of goods, ideas, people, and culture fell. But it also led to greater competition between countries.
The rules-based trading system, which had promoted economic growth and peaceful settlement of disputes since 1947, first helped to promote the norms that underpin technology-based trade and income gains. But the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT, which was created to solve the problems of its industrial democracy members, has not coped with the shift in interests as technology reshaped who trades, what is traded, and how trade is managed. The global recession, which began in 2008, exposed the vulnerabilities and led to a reversal. Trade and investment as a share of output stalled, and protectionist policies rose. Slow recovery was compounded in advanced economies by decelerating productivity growth.
Here in the United States, many households experienced flat to declining real incomes. This helped create the conditions for more populist and anti-trade agendas, which have gained steam in both political parties.
We have come to an inflection point on trade. Can governments advance a rules-based order that can accommodate those dislocated by globalization? Or should we expect protectionism to continue to gain ground?
Okay, let's look at our first question. By 2030, the global trading system will be more open. You can't stop globalization. Will reverse, become less open because of protectionism, or will muddle along on our current path? Wow. Okay, fascinating. Let's do the next question. By 2030, who will set the terms for global trade? The West will continue to make the rules? A new hybrid system with the BRIC countries creating new rules? Or some synthesis, a new model, will reconcile static and rising powers? Okay. By 2030, trade rules will be more important because companies and countries seek protection. They'll be less important, they'll diminish, eroded by protectionism, or likely today, depend on the willingness of countries to enforce them. Okay, thank you. Rebecca, let's go to the next segment, if we could.
How does the brain work?
The future of artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Automation addiction.
Machine learning can replace humans.
Computers can think.
Prominent scientists and technology leaders are raising alarms about the rapid pace of change in robotics and artificial intelligence, or AI. Fears that machines could harm society have greeted every new technology since the start of the industrial age. Despite the fears, AI holds the promise of bringing significant benefits to our economy and society. Automation makes people more productive, and technology makes societies richer. AI has the potential to free workers from dangerous jobs and gives us new tools to prolong lives and fight disease. Studies show AI could double economic growth rates by 2035 and increase labor productivity by 40%. New technologies eliminate some jobs even as they create others. There is risk, however, that automation and AI will leave a significant population of workers without jobs or earning lower wages. Studies show that on average, the arrival of one new industrial robot in a local labor market coincides with an employment drop of 5.6 workers. The most common example of potential job loss due to automation is that driverless trucks will displace the 3.5 million truck drivers in the United States. In these worst-case scenarios, the workers most affected will be men, blue-collar workers, and the non-college educated. This has stoked fears that AI and automation could reshape our politics, creating a populist surge unlike any country has seen. Although studies predict the potential for automation of labor in the United States is above 40%, the truth is that it is likely to be years or even decades before technologies are refined, and more importantly, the legal and regulatory environments created to allow for the safe adoption of the most advanced AI and automation. By 2030, AI and automation are likely to create a world that is faster, smarter, and more efficient. But laws and policies will be needed to allow the benefits to outweigh the risks, as well as economic and social dislocations. Even if a forward-looking policy framework can be developed, a future with super-intelligent machines is unpredictable. Will mankind continue to benefit from technological advances, or will society in an AI future incur profound costs?
Go to our first question. It will be a breakthrough in revolutionary ways, will fail to live up to its promise, or it'll be confined to certain sectors. Okay, let's go to our second question. How will automation affect our society? Lead to economic growth, leave millions of workers behind, or no significant net effect? And by 2030, the center of innovation will remain in the United States, will shift to China, or there'll be globalization with no clear leaders. We're a little slow on picking up on this one. We're missing about 150 votes. Is that the machine or is that you? Okay, it's resetting it. Do you want people to vote again? Okay, start over again. We're going to have to, we had a brain fart with the computer. So let's ask you to vote again on this, this question. Okay. Let's go to the next segment, energy.
New technologies, policies, and market dynamics are enabling an energy revolution, one where supplies are more abundant, competition among fuels and suppliers is more intense, and consumers have more options and more power to shape the future. These advances hold great promise for solving some of the world's major energy-related challenges, and they're creating a new field of economic and technological competition. The revolution brings energy to those who didn't have enough, or didn't have it at all, along with greater options to fuel growth. However, abundance may also mean lower prices for global commodities like oil for decades to come, which could be destabilizing. Many in the oil industry wonder if they're facing peak demand for oil, given slow demand, vehicle efficiency standards, policies, and electric vehicle penetration.
For world oil providers, particularly countries dependent on oil revenue for their economic well-being, the prospect of this kind of disruption can be unnerving and even destabilizing.
The vast majority of energy demand growth will come from developing economies. The challenge for these countries will be to provide enough energy to support a growing and increasingly urban middle class while incorporating new technologies like smart grids and advanced renewables. The world's major emerging economies don't just want to provide energy for their populations. They want to be the vendors of these technologies in the future. China is setting the example. On the road to becoming the largest global consumer, it has pursued policies to ensure it would also be the largest vendor of next-generation energy technologies. Now India, which has recently become the third largest consumer, is following a similar trajectory.
Future energy systems have the potential to provide more efficient, more affordable, and less polluting energy resources. The pressure on governments, industry, and investors to choose more sustainable energy options is only increasing given ongoing efforts to move towards a low-carbon future.
Each year, the world spends nearly $2 trillion on energy-related investments. The competition in the future energy world will be immense. No one country or fuel source is likely to dominate. But how will the transition from the traditional energy sources and supply relationships to a more distributed and diverse landscape unfold?
Man your clickers. By 2030, the global energy supply will be abundant, like today. Scarcity will return, or it'll be volatile with confusing market signals. Okay, let's go to our next question. Climate policies will lead to a predictable pricing and new technologies. Climate policy will stunt development, or it will produce no discernible pattern. Got a bunch of optimists here today. Okay, let's go to our next question. By 2030, how will energy affect geopolitics? The U.S. will benefit from energy independence, traditional suppliers will concentrate power, or competition for resources will create new flashpoints. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next segment.
When Gutenberg created movable type, it changed how people thought and acted. eroding certainty in institutions and authority. This first knowledge revolution led to centuries of turmoil. Cyber technologies are doing the same, but at a breakneck speed. The internet is transforming society, business, and politics as people respond to new opportunities online, from purchases to dating, and change their behavior accordingly. The commercial internet is 25 years old. Unfortunately, so are our ideas about cyberspace.
Cyberspace is the Wild West. That's by design. What that means now is that when it comes to your personal data, to security, to liability for product safety, or international agreement, there are no rules. Half of the 10 biggest companies in the US are now internet companies. We have an immense concentration of economic power in a very small number of companies, and we don't have the tools to deal with that.
Internet governance reflects fantasies about a borderless world of shared democratic values, but there are sharp disputes over how this should change and who should be in control. Russia calls information a weapon and uses it against the US and its allies in a domain where bad actors face few constraints. Cyber empowers extremism and antisocial behavior as communal controls erode. The political forces cyber creates mean representative democracy, the 19th century solution to Gutenberg's disruption, must create new mechanisms for participation and dissent. Cyber's terms of trade are still good. We lose billions from crime, but gain trillions in growth. But the trend is moving in the wrong direction for privacy and security. The central issues are cyber's political and economic effect. Do we resist European and Chinese pressure to regulate the internet? Should we reduce reliance on digital technologies if we can't make them more secure? Should we restructure government to bring it in line with the needs of a digital economy? Disruption is unavoidable. The question is, how do we manage it?
By 2030, the digital innovation will continue to be an engine for economic growth. It's inevitable. The best years are behind us because new regulation will choke it off, or the trend will be positive but more restrained. Okay. By 2030, cybersecurity companies and individuals will improve with new regulation, new security products, will worsen because governments and companies can't protect data, or it'll stay roughly the same. Bad actors remain a step ahead. Okay. By 2030, we'll see international norms established to limit cyber weapons, more countries using cyber tools as weapons, or deterrence will continue to prevail. Wow. 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 Okay.
The Great Flu Pandemic of 1918 is a powerful reminder of what happens when disease overwhelms the global community. In less than a year, about a third of the global population was infected, killing between 20 and 50 million people, including 675,000 Americans. Over the next 60 years, the frequency of global pandemics largely subsided. That trend began to reverse in the 1980s with the emergence of the HIV epidemic. Fueled in part by rapid urbanization and increases in international trade and travel, epidemics began appearing with increased frequency and ferocity. But it wasn't until the 2014 Ebola epidemic in West Africa that the world truly began to change the way it views global health security.
When Ebola hit, we quickly understood that a disease threat anywhere is a disease threat everywhere. It also revealed woeful inadequacies in the international community. Only a handful of advanced economies had the basic capacities to deal with dangerous, unforeseen pathogens. The rest of the world lived dangerously under threat.
The world has recently shifted in how it prepares for infectious disease threats. A significant injection of resources and political will has been put into international partnerships that include the 50-plus nation global health security agenda, as well as significant reform efforts at the World Health Organization. Despite the new call to action in progress, the world remains at significant risk of a large-scale pandemic. This can be largely attributed to 5 factors. First, infectious disease threats are sporadic and hard to predict, making it difficult to sustain political will and funding. Second, most of the world doesn't have basic capacities to prevent, detect, and respond to threats. Third, globalization. Rising populations, increased urbanization, and global travel allow viruses to spread faster than ever before. Fourth, conflicts in collapsed states have increased the number of individuals out of reach to healthcare providers and raised the likelihood of infectious disease outbreaks. Lastly, confidence in the World Health Organization remains low and is not likely to change rapidly, despite efforts at organizational reform.
We need to step up to the challenges that we face. The United States needs systematically to leverage its special assets. And we need to recognize that lowering the vulnerability of the global community to these threats is vital to Americans' safety and welfare at home.
Okay. We'll be able to avert a serious global epidemic. It will occur and spread rapidly around the world, or will be roughly contained, but institutions will be slow to respond. Okay. Let's go to our next question. By 2030, what will be the U.S. approach to global health threats? Major new investments to combat threats as they appear? We will tighten our borders, or we'll go on a case-by-case, making it up as we go basis? Okay, by 2030, will the global epidemic threat transform public health systems? Yes, the threat will contribute to reform and new institutions. No, public health remains a low priority. It'll be uneven. Philanthropic investments will help, but governments won't step up.
The 20th century saw unprecedented growth in global population, which ballooned from 2 billion in 1927 to 7.5 billion today. Rapid growth unleashed alarm in the 1960s and 70s, but prognostications of widespread starvation and economic collapse have largely gone unrealized. In recent years, fertility rates have declined substantially in most of the world, as economic development and access to health care have afforded women and men options to regulate their family sizes. In some dramatic cases, like Mexico and South Korea, population growth has actually stopped. Still, demographers now forecast that the Earth will bear the weight of 8.6 billion people by 2030.
A billion new people is both a challenge and an opportunity. Most of those people are going to live in Africa. They're also going to live in cities. Our future is going to be an urbanized future. So where and how they live is as important as the number itself.
Most population growth in the 21st century will occur in low-income nations, where people consume far less food, energy, and everything else than their wealthier global counterparts. But as lower and middle-income economies grow, so do the appetites of their citizens, with mounting implications for fair shares of limited natural resources in a changing climate.
This rapid population growth, if not managed effectively, is going to have impacts on already weak states. It's going to encourage more conflict, it's going to enable more extremism, and it's going to create more forced migration.
As lower-income countries preserve a youthful population, wealthy countries will age, in some cases declining in overall size. Nearly a quarter of the population in more developed countries will be over age 65 in 2030, while just 4% of people in least developed countries will be elderly. The demographic dividend is not always well understood. The course of population aging furnishes a unique decade or two in which there are relatively more working-age people to provide for each child and retiree, before the ranks and associated costs of the elderly swell. This window of opportunity is a ripe moment for investments in infrastructure and other public goods.
Getting policy right in the coming decades is critical. We'll need a global effort to reduce excessive consumption, to promote income equality and political stability, and to support the redistribution of human and natural resources. If we don't get this right, we'll likely see crises that can no longer be reversed.
Okay, questions? The world in 2030 will diminish due to growing prosperity, will increase as governments fall further behind in reform, will remain uneven with rich states shrinking, poor states expanding. By 2030, global migration will diminish. Effective government aid addresses underlying causes. It will increase. Failing economies, conflict, and high birth rates can't be controlled, or it will stay high but stable. More law enforcement counterbalances migration flows. Finally, by 2030, Western countries will view immigrants as beneficial for the labor force, given their aging populations, the cause of increased nationalism and isolationism, or good for labor, but the cause of internal divisions. Okay, we close the poll.
Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
At the end of the Cold War, there was a sense that democracy had prevailed over all other ideologies and forms of government. It has now become clear that these predictions were premature. After decades of growth, the share of democratic countries in the world hit its peak in 2006. Since that time, and for the 11th year in a row, nearly twice as many countries experienced declines to civil liberties and political rights as registered gains.
In past years, we watched where authoritarians, autocracies, dictatorships were reducing democracy within their own countries. But in 2016, it was occurring in advanced democracies. It was occurring in Europe, where nearly a quarter of European countries had declines in democratic standards.
The quality of democracy has also significantly diminished. Press freedom declined to its lowest point in 12 years in 2015, as political, criminal, and terrorist forces sought to co-opt or silence the media. Only 13% of the world's population enjoys a free press today. Even in countries with a vibrant media, outside actors have found means to degrade it through disinformation or so-called fake news.
Today's new communication technology has allowed people to organize politically in ways that they never did before. So what it's resulted in is a lot more citizens becoming politically active. But the same technology also aids non-democratic forces, allowing governments to monitor and crack down on human rights defenders and activism. It also gives violent extremist actors new tools to radicalize and recruit adherents online.
Governments in over 100 countries have created layers of onerous restrictions on civil society, from passing regressive laws criminalizing political activity, to cutting off foreign support to NGOs, to depriving activists of their nationality, freedom, or life. So why is democracy eroding? A number of reasons, including a fear of revolution. Unlike the past, where authoritarian governments were ousted by military coups or elite negotiations, more are now being ejected from office through people power.
Governments worry that if you open the tap a little bit, people will take to the streets, the whole system will come apart.
Increase of instability. Fears of global terrorism provide leaders with justification for, and public acceptance of, rising restrictions on freedom of speech, assembly, and association. Rise of populism and nationalism. Populism and nationalism provide cover for leaders to confront elites in media, courts, and civil service, undermine the rights of unpopular minorities, and degrade institutional roadblocks such as an independent judiciary. Diminishing faith in liberal democracy. Many across the globe have lost faith in liberal values and democratic institutions' ability to deliver. Competition from other models. In the past, there was a clear linkage between democracy and economic growth. The rise of China, however, has shown that democracy isn't needed for economic progress. Will these trends continue to erode the place of democratic governments and human rights? Or will the tide turn again in favor of democracy?
In 2016, the percentage of democratic countries in the world was 45%, according to Freedom House. By 2030, it will be more than 60%, less than 30%, roughly the same as today. Okay. Today, 13% of the world's population enjoys a free press. By 2030, it will be 25%. New technologies make it easier for journalists. 5%. Press is hurt by erosion of democracy and the onslaught of fake news, or same as today. By 2030, will democracy still be a value that the United States promotes internationally? Yes, no, or in some cases yes, some cases no.
The international system is comprised of major regional powers that have disproportionate power over neighbors and dominate regional political dynamics. But they are also major international actors in a global system. Oftentimes, they draw their underlying strength from the size of populations or economies. Because people are a primary input to economic power, population size has historically been a foundation of national power. These countries constitute world powers by any definition. A better measure of national power, however, is captured by examining economic strength, particularly once adjusted for population size. China's GDP per capita is expected to increase as population caps and the economy grows. India's GDP per capita is anticipated to be less impressive because of continued population increases. By 2030, it's projected that the more mature big powers will sputter, while the growing, less developed countries will continue to march up the curve. Still, population size and economic size alone do not determine national power. The dynamism of a society and the creativity of its entrepreneurs are major determinants of long-term trends in national power. There's no easy metric to capture this complex phenomena, but a look at patent filings for products in these major countries may offer some clues. Idea creation today will translate into national power in years to come, provided governments create the right conditions for economic growth. Many people examine national power in terms of military strength. Large economies and large populations can support large military establishments. Here we show defense spending for each of our target countries. One of the largest unknowns in looking ahead the next few decades is how emerging superpower China will evolve, but its path will likely be determined by internal and regional actions.
China's impact on the international system is huge and will only grow. But what kind of impact will depend on two factors. One, how will China get out of the so-called middle income trap, moving from manufacturing to an information-based economy? The other variable is, how will other power centers respond to the rise of China? Beijing talks about a multipolarity in which China has a sphere of influence in Asia, Russia and Central Europe and so forth. But what if India and Japan and other powers within Asia continue counterbalancing China and limiting China's role because they don't want that future?
The power of major countries will be hugely shaped by intangible attributes, including the effectiveness of central governments, whether governments create stable conditions for economic growth, whether governments foster innovation and reward creativity, whether governments adapt to changing technology and physical conditions to minimize internal turbulence. How today's powers navigate these issues over the next 15 years will determine their places in the 2030 world order.
We've got a little hiccup, I think, on the iClicker, so just bear with us a second before we ask you to vote. Will, tell me when you're ready. Okay, go ahead and cast your votes on this question. You've all read it long enough. I don't need to read it. That's interesting. Okay, let's go to our next question. By 2030, America's power will grow because our innovative business culture and dynamic society, shrink because government can't come to a consensus on the way ahead, or remain unchanged because the rest of the world has problems too. Okay, finally. By 2030, will China's rise lead to conflict? No, there are sufficient safeguards to prevent war. Yes, rising powers inevitably fight to displace static powers. C, friction, yes. World War III, no. A lot of Hobbesians that came to work here this morning. Okay.
Most of the really complex problems we face today have their origins in other countries. Whether it's drug trafficking, climate change, money laundering, terrorism, all these issues show up in America, but often start in other countries or cross multiple borders. The complex problems of the world are horizontal, but all sovereign governments are vertical. How do we solve problems that have causes beyond our sovereign reach? We faced this challenge before. The forces that led to World War I and II had origins beyond America's control. Global empires collapsed over a 50-year period. We saw the end of the Qin dynasty, the Romanov dynasty, the Ottoman Empire, the Spanish Empire, the weakening of the French and British empires. America and the world needed ways to coordinate with each other to address problems that spanned across national borders.
In one unshakable unity of determination to find a way to end war.
The United States led the way to create the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and a host of other international organizations.
On April 4th, 1949, the North Atlantic Treaty was signed by...
The U.S. also created an alliance system through more than 100 formal treaty arrangements and security agreements.
The United States has this incredible network of alliances and partners. It's something that helps us in the security realm, it helps us in the economics and trade realm. There really is nothing that can compare to what the United States has built with this traditional alliance structure.
Informal mechanisms have also emerged in the past 50 years to coordinate international problems. Organizations like the G7 or the G20, which played a key role after the global recession started in 2008. As well as major affiliation groups like ASEAN or the Pacific Alliance. These informal coalitions of the willing, organized around geography or shared conviction, exist alongside the major treaty-based organizations that dominated the second half of the 20th century. The former are more efficient but don't have universal legitimacy. Many of the problems faced by the U.S. today can't be addressed effectively by traditional alliances or agreements that date back to a very different world. There is fear in some quarters that formal agreements limit rather than amplify U.S. power, or that allies and partners don't bear their fair share of the burden. In the future, how will nations prefer to deal with international problems? Will we revitalize the 70-year-old treaty-based institutions and continue to invest in our alliances? Will the U.S. and other nations favor coalitions of the willing to handle international problems? Will international organizations and informal coordinating mechanisms be useful in the years ahead?
By 2030, American alliances and partnerships will become more important because we need them to solve big problems, diminish because America is tired of carrying the burdens of others, evolve with some falling away and some new ones emerging. Okay, let's close the poll. By 2030, the United Nations will be reformed. A, reformed and stronger. B, weakened by inability to reform. C, roughly the same, sometimes doing good. By 2030, cooperation on managing global finances will A, improve as we reform Bretton Woods, B, deteriorate as political tensions impede cooperation, C, evolve as new regional institutions emerge. Okay. So now, first of all, let me just say, a lot of people worked here at CSIS to produce this, but these two fabulous young people, Fran and Paul, were the geniuses that produced all of those. Would you say thank you with your applause? It's just terrific. It's going to take about 4 or 5 minutes before they're tabulating the results of all your voting. We didn't have this part automated, and so they're going to crank it in to one last presentation. So what I would like to do, just while we're taking a little bit of time, is just to solicit any observations. I've got 3 ambassadors here who are sitting, and maybe I want to put them on the spot. Armando, do you have a microphone? Can we bring a microphone down here? Yeah, come on. I'd like to get your reaction to what you just saw. This was very American-centric, so forgive us for that, but your thoughts.
Thank you, John. Armando Verico, the ambassador of Italy here. Thank you for the invitation. Well, first of all, I was surprised by my answers, my voting. So I didn't find myself always in the highest ranking. So this means that sometimes even ambassadors and diplomats can be creative in their anticipation of new developments, of new patterns. I think that you cover most of the areas. I'm rather impressed by multilateralism. In a way, you're right. It is a somewhat America-centric exercise. Coming from Europe, being my country, member of a number of regional organizations, first and foremost the EU, and some international fora like the G7, I have a more global approach. But I think that the same kind of questions are the ones that are very clear to us in Europe, particularly in a moment when Europe is confronted with so many crises, both inside and at our peripheries. We ask the same questions about artificial intelligence, about the impact of new technologies. There is something which is particularly close to my heart, coming from a country of an old history, old tradition, the crisis of democracy. But it depends where you set the bar. Democracy in Greek means power of people. But the way people express their power, the way people decide to devolve their representations to others is something that is one of the top questions of our times, because all the issues that were listed in this questionnaire demand collective answers, and sometimes democracies in our countries are not perceived these days as the most efficient solutions to the problems. So I think that it is our responsibility to make sure that we are able to respond. Otherwise, this will be a sort of poison that will affect our future. So technology, science, global issues, emerging of new players, but for me, the most important issue, the one that is at the core, is the way our communities organize themselves. So democracy is the great question of our time, I think.
Thank you, Armando. Gerd, you, ambassador from Iceland. We went to school together 30 years ago.
40
years ago, okay. He ended up a lot better than I did. He was prime minister, okay? So.
Thanks, John. I think there was an assumption missing in some of these questions. And you had to assume something about the US presidential elections in 2020. Which direction will the US take? after 2020, maybe we'll get a different result. But I think some of these questions, and even all of them, were very incisive in the sense that they were pointing to very serious problems. Problems and challenges. Climate change, the role of artificial intelligence and social media. We are all witnessing what this can do. We just had elections in my country 10 days ago where social media played an unprecedented role in influencing what people were thinking and doing and probably how they voted. So 2030 is 13 years. That's a long time, not just in politics, but in any of these things. So I'm looking forward to see the results. I could hear some of the things that you were saying, John. There are a lot of cynicists in here. And then there are a lot of optimists in here. I found myself to be among the optimists most of the time. But we'll see what happens, like a person usually quite often says around this town. We'll see what happens.
Ambassador, do you care to offer a thought? Because we've got some results just shortly.
Yes, I don't have much to say. I'm from a small country, but I turned out to be more pessimistic probably than the average in this room. The difficulty, I think, with these questions is to distance yourself from current impact of politics. As you said, Geir, I mean, the fact who's running this country, which government you have, has a very strong, impact on how optimistic or pessimistic you are about the future. And so I think the challenge I had on some of the questions is to think beyond 5 or 10 years and see where will the world really look in 2030. But I hope the average in this room is right.
Thank you very much. We've baked these into a final presentation, but I'd like to just say one word. This isn't a world we're doomed to. We have choices here. We have opportunities. We should be stepping up to assume responsibility for shaping this world. So let's see how you all felt with these results. Let's run the tape.
What will the world look like in 2030? Will peace, prosperity, and freedom be the dominant characteristics? In this first scenario, happy world, global economic growth is fueled by increased productivity that comes with automation, abundant energy, and fewer barriers to trade. Hundreds of millions are pulled out of poverty. The developed world enjoys even higher standards of living. Governments and international institutions figure out how to mitigate the negative consequences of globalization, including terrorism, pandemics, cybercrime, and economic dislocation. The U.S.-led democratic order remains strong as a result of renewed alliances and needed reforms to international institutions. Western diplomacy manages China's rise peacefully. Major power cooperation and burden sharing become an international norm. What if, however, instead of happy world, 2030 brings conflict, authoritarianism, widespread poverty, and chaos? In this scenario, nasty world, a new global economic crisis pushes the world into depression. Governments and global financial institutions fail to manage the crisis, and economic relations descend into protectionism and zero-sum economic competition. Unemployment skyrockets across the developed economies as workers are squeezed between stagnant growth and the massive tide of automation. Populist sentiment sweeps into power a new generation of nationalist and authoritarian leaders. Major power confrontations become the norm, with conflicts producing new waves of refugees and segmenting countries and regions, inhibiting travel, communication, and energy flows. The Western-led order has crumbled, and in its place is a Hobbesian world of regional powers in which the strong do what they will and the weak suffer what they must. There is a third and final scenario in which the world of 2030 is neither all good nor all bad, but challenges, uncertainties, and opportunities abound. In this scenario, messy world, sluggish economic growth bumps along as interest rates return to historic patterns, and energy markets remain volatile in response to confusing market signals. The global trading system largely holds, although protectionism becomes more common. Artificial intelligence and automation have changed how work is done in both developed and emerging economies, helping to boost productivity in certain sectors while leaving other workers behind, adding fuel to an established pattern of political populism. Regional structures and informal networks co-join with global institutions in managing international challenges. But governments have no real answer for the cross-border challenges posed by globalization. The global power geometry has shifted to a bipolar world, with the United States and China competing for primacy. Most of America's post-World War II alliances have eroded, and frictions between the US and China grow on issues ranging from trade to security. Many of the challenges seen in the early 21st century have not been solved, and new ones have emerged, leaving uncertainty as its defining characteristic. These are the three scenarios we pose for 2030: happy, nasty, and messy world. Let's see which future you chose, based on your answers to the questions earlier tonight.
I saw Paul reach out and plug something in, so I think we're probably... Do you know how long this would take if I was running that thing? You know? No. Wow. Now, we did a test run of this last Friday with about 50 of my young professionals. About the average age was 25. They voted almost identical to you. Almost identical. Half of the people feel it's going to be a messy world. The other half are equally divided between happy and nasty. And I think that just says we're all pretty damn confused. Thank you all for participating in this. We hope that this serves as the start of a stimulating day for you. We're going to have a series of seminars at this stage that will dig into some of these topics, and we hope that you'll stay with us through the day. We are going to take somewhat of an extended break because we have to reconfigure this room for those sessions. So everybody, first of all, don't take the iClicker with you. There's a small explosive charge in it that will go off if you take it with you, okay? So just leave it where it is, and go out and get some coffee, and we look forward to seeing you in the following sessions. Thank you all. Yeah, year in review, or kind of a survey.
Are you going to do that this year?
I think we are. I don't know if we have it. I think I'm talking here.
Usually it's during this event.
Thank you for it. Was very, very helpful. Very helpful. Oh, thank you. Turn this thing off.
This century will feature a major shift in economic and geopolitical power toward Asia. China, India, and increasingly Southeast Asia have joined Japan and Korea as global stakeholders. But Asia's peaceful rise is threatened by fractious maritime disputes. Its waters are more contested than any on Earth. The South China Sea is home to the most complex disputes over water and seabed in the world. Clashes over ownership of the Paracel, Spratly, and Senkaku Islands could destabilize an otherwise booming region. And from the Sea of Okhotsk to the Indian Ocean, overlapping claims prevent Asian states from accessing desperately needed offshore resources. A lack of transparency about claims and how they are being advanced has only made the region more dangerous. How can states negotiate boundary disputes if their claims are not clear? How can civilian and military ships safely navigate if they don't know where international waters lie? How can countries avoid accidental conflict if they are unsure of the disposition and intentions of their neighbours' forces? The Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative was founded on the idea that sunshine is the best disinfectant and the most efficient policeman. The initiative is a complete resource for understanding Asia's complex maritime issues. AMTI monitors reclamation, island building, and construction on disputed rocks and reefs. It unpacks the web of legal and historical issues driving maritime disputes, and it seeks to draw attention to the claims being made and point out where those claims overstep international law. On this and many other fronts, transparency is desperately needed in Asia's waters. Join the dialogue. Visit us at amti.csis.org.
Food and the way we eat has always been changing. From how it's grown, sourced, prepared, to the consequences on health and the ethics of what we eat. In the 20th century alone, we saw food in many different ways, and today there are many new trends shaping what and how we eat.
6 billion, 7, 5 planets.
The age of electronics.
Big data isn't self-regenerating growth.
The 113th Congress.
Food of the future will involve 3 major drivers: availability, access, and stability. Are current food production and efficiency gains sustainable? With more people, there needs to be more food. Growth of this order requires more arable land and better farming. Most importantly, it requires significantly more water. The effects of global climate change will further exacerbate today's water problems. With the presence of extreme weather, dry regions will be drier and wet regions will be wetter. Access to food is tied to wealth and location. We produce plenty of food on the planet, but not necessarily where we need it. While global hunger and poverty have declined, factors of access and utility still include food income, malnutrition, and obesity. With more people, there is more demand for finite resources: food, water, and clean air. Food shortages, riots, and mass migration will lead to global instability, but there are opportunities for change to avoid this precipice. The world is witnessing incredible advances in food production technology. While these are in many ways considered cutting-edge ideas, not all solutions require radical forward thinking. If the developing world would adopt farming practices that were in place 50 years ago in the developed world, yields would certainly improve. Also, there is a need for continued agricultural research with an emphasis on commercialization. In addition, sources of food such as jellyfish and insects are regular staples in societies that are considered to be underdeveloped, but will continue to find their way into the diets of the developed world. Distributing the food revolutions of today is a major factor in creating a more secure future. The key to ensuring food security lies in the lessons of the past, the people of the present, and the ideas of the future.
The divided Korean peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity, and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximise the social, humanitarian and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
I'm Christy Turlington Burns, founder and CEO of Every Mother Counts, and I'm a member of the CSIS Task Force on Women's and Family Health. I joined this effort because I believe our country has a role to play in saving the lives of vulnerable women and children around the world. For the last 18 months, we have worked hard to build a vision for the United States to lead. We believe the moment is ripe for a new initiative to unlock the potential of adolescent girls. Too often, girls and young women in the developing world fall through the cracks, facing early marriage, unintended pregnancy, gender-based violence, and exploitation. But we know that when girls are healthy and educated, they become leaders. They contribute to their economies, have healthy families, and build stronger communities and countries. In turn, Americans benefit from a safer, more prosperous world. We believe that we have a cost-effective and forward-looking proposal that Americans of all stripes can support. Our plan builds on a record of long-standing global leadership by the United States. We would focus on 13 low-income countries with great need and existing investments in areas important to the health and well-being of women and girls. We would spearhead new goals in 4 areas: maternal and newborn health, family planning, nutrition, and vaccination against HPV to prevent cervical cancer. These are key services that are commonplace in the United States, ones that benefit women and girls in a major way. We have also focused on how to get things done, guided by the principles of efficiency, accountability, and partnership. We call for the leadership by the Secretary of State, USAID, and country missions, as well as high-level diplomacy to ensure that the U.S. does not go it alone. We demonstrate the need for better data, new innovations, integration of services, and an expanded role for the private sector. And we note the importance of sustained financial backing from the U.S. and our key partners. We've put forth a bold agenda because it will take big ideas and new approaches to help millions of girls and women living in poverty to realize their true potential. It holds the promise of changing the world for the better, a signature achievement for the Trump administration and the United States. I hope that as a country, we can unite to make this vision a reality.
Space
supercontinent of Eurasia is home to 60% of the global economy and 2/3 of humanity. It's been called the geographic pivot of history. For over 4 centuries, Eurasia's economic focus has been the maritime passages that surround it. But during ancient times, many of the world's most important trading routes ran overland. Today, regional powers are putting forward competing visions for reconnecting Asia. Roads, railways, and other infrastructure projects could revive overland routes. They could forge new maritime connections, and they could reshape the global economic landscape. The stakes are high. Last century's infrastructure projects fueled development, but also competition and even conflict. Today's efforts could echo well beyond the region.
And the basic reality is that the division of the world into kind of totally separate, autonomous entities and other areas controlled by sometimes foreigners is coming to an end. We are getting one interconnected world.
But critical questions remain about these massive investments. What's driving these projects? Will they connect in an economically meaningful way?
What does that foretell? What does that mean in terms of political ambitions and how people will look at the region differently, and will they behave in a different way?
The Reconnecting Asia project provides new tools for answering these questions, beginning with what's really happening on the ground. Use this interactive website to track the evolution of Asia's infrastructure network at the project level. Explore the who, what, and why behind these megaprojects. See tomorrow's supercontinent through the eyes of regional powers. Make sense of it all with expert analysis that uncovers the trend lines behind today's headlines. This is reconnectingasia.csis.org.
Protecting the homeland is regularly identified as the top priority of U.S. missile defense efforts. This mission is dependent upon a global network of sensors and interceptors, including the Ground-Based Mid-Course Defense System, or GMD. The formal prioritization of homeland missile defense, however, has not always been reflected in the budget. Today's ground-based interceptors, or GBIs, were originally designed in the 1990s and to some extent still use technology from that era. Today's system is able to defend the nation from certain long-range ballistic missile threats, such as from North Korea. As missile threats grow, however, today's defenses could be outmatched unless steps are taken to improve reliability and capacity. By the end of 2017, only 44 interceptors will be deployed between Alaska and California. The site at Fort Greely, Alaska, was designed to hold up to 100 interceptors. But reliability and capability are equally important as numbers. The Missile Defense Agency is currently developing the redesigned kill vehicle, drawing upon advances from other recent missile defense programs. Space-based sensors and improvements for tracking and discrimination will also help. The United States should also consider other solutions, such as directed energy, transportable GBIs, or an underlay of other interceptors for key areas. Entirely new types of threats to the homeland are also emerging, including cruise missiles and boost glide vehicles, which require different solutions. None of this is easy, but continued focus will be necessary to outpace these threats.
Welcome to the session entitled The West Strikes Back, a Transatlantic Playbook to Counter Russian Active Measures. We are holding this on the 100th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution. We didn't do that by purpose, but it is an interesting anniversary. Good morning, my name is Heather Conley. I'm Senior Vice President here at CSIS. And in addition to being your moderator this morning, I have the great privilege of being your safety officer as well. And should the need arise, please just follow my instructions. And I know we have a very full room. Just please notice the exits and familiarize yourself with those. Well, let's begin. It is hard to believe that it was a little over a year ago in this very room that CSIS, in partnership with the Center for the Study of Democracy in Bulgaria, launched a report called, if I can get my clicker working here, the Kremlin Playbook. At the time, I have to confess, we didn't understand how much of that playbook was in play here in the United States. Our thesis was very simple. We wanted to see if a warning that was given to President Obama in June of 2009 by a group of Central and Eastern European leaders was actually true. And this was in part their warning. Russia uses overt and covert means of economic warfare, ranging from energy blockades to politically motivated investments to bribery and media manipulation in order to advance its interests and to challenge the transatlantic orientation of Central and Eastern Europe. Now, in our research, we did find that if Russia's economic footprint exceeded 12% of a country's GDP, that country was certainly more susceptible to changes in their media freedom, their anti-corruption efforts, their rule of law, and we did see changes in public opinion. But what we really discovered in our research was this, what we call the unvirtuous circle of Russian influence. This is where economic and political influence was fueled by corruption, money laundering, illicit financing that fed and perpetuated Russia's malign influence in strategic sectors of a country's economy, specifically energy, the financial sector, the media sector, infrastructure, and real estate. And what we found, really what cracked or broke this unvirtuous circle was investigative journalism. Our research was helped enormously by the release of the Panama Papers, which in nearly every case study that we examined, Russia's economic influence could be traced back to the Kremlin's inner circle. Our unvirtuous circle of influence was also supported by a later report called the Russian Laundromat. And I haven't gone through all of them, but I'm sure the Paradise Papers will be similarly illuminating. And therefore, we are delighted to have with us Drew Sullivan, editor and founder of the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. They authored the Russian Laundromat and were participants in the Panama Papers and the Paradise Papers. Drew is an award-winning journalist, winner of the Daniel Pearl Award, and media specialist who has worked for a decade in Eastern Europe and Eurasia. Drew founded the Journalism Development Network and the Center for Investigative Reporting in Bosnia-Herzegovina. He began as an investigative reporter in Nashville, Tennessee, and also worked as an investigative reporter for the Associated Press in New York. Drew, thank you so much for being with us. Unfortunately, Jamal El-Hindi, acting director of the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes and Enforcement Network, FinCEN, was unable to join us at the last minute. But I wanted to highlight the role of FinCEN. In the Kremlin Playbook, one of our strongest recommendations was to create a specific task force within FinCEN to track Russian illicit financing. And if you read the indictment language for Mr. Manafort and Mr. Gates last week, you will see where the indictment specifically highlights FinCEN's role in the Banking Secrecy Act and the Foreign Bank Accounting Report. FinCEN has also done really important work on helping to make greater transparency on the beneficial ownership of shell companies. In my mind, the Treasury Department needs to turbocharge FinCEN in this specific space. So as Russia's economic influence heavily concentrates on a country's media outlets, and we are so pleased to have with us Clint Watts, certainly a familiar face to many of us on television and as a congressional witness who explains to us how Russian disinformation operations work as part of a project he leads for the German Marshall Fund called the Hamilton 68 Project, which is a dashboard of how Russian disinformation works. Clint is the Robert A. Fox Fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and a Senior Fellow at the Center for Cyber and Homeland Security at George Washington University. And certainly, Clint was very helpful in describing in his congressional testimony last week, which I have to say is a must-read, how Russian influence via social media helps change how the American people think about themselves. Also, we discovered in the Kremlin Playbook that with the financial control over media outlets, there is a strong message control by the Kremlin, which strongly favors Russia's interests. We found that as a government was trying to address false stories that were being planted in the press, as a government was trying to improve judicial reform or transparency of its laws, news stories, NGOs, think tanks, experts were all coming to give correct information. The media landscape was so challenging that an average citizen just wasn't sure what was fact or fiction. Reminiscent of the great Peter Pomerantsov's great book title, Nothing is True and Everything is Possible. It just makes the public so highly susceptible to disinformation if you aren't sure what is true and what is not true. And then finally, as they say, timing is everything. 1 week before we released the Kremlin Playbook last year, this statement was released by the Department of Homeland Security and Director of National Intelligence, which released a statement on election security, which identified Russia as directly interfering in the US presidential election, which was witnessed in Europe and Eurasia. Again, we felt vindicated that we were seeing these patterns, and unfortunately, they were unfolding here. So therefore, we are delighted to welcome General Mike Hayden, former Director of Central Intelligence and Director of the National Security Agency, to join us. Also a very familiar face on television and testifying. General Hayden is now a principal with the Chertoff Group and a distinguished visiting professor at George Mason University, and hoping that General Hayden helps us understand the intelligence angle of Russian active measures. I'm sorry that took a little long to introduce both our panelists and the subject, but I think it's important to put ourselves in the proper framework. The panelists I think we've assembled here are what I consider a dream team of experts, of former government officials who hold a very, I know, General Hayden's getting nervous. He is a dream team. But these three officials are really uniquely placed to help us understand not only the Kremlin Playbook, but they're going to help us write the Transatlantic Playbook. How do we counter these measures? So again, thank you all for being here, and welcome to our dream team. That's absolutely the title you earned. Drew, let me begin with you. One of the most powerful tools we have is investigative journalism. You have been at the forefront of some of the papers that have helped really shed a light on corruption, illicit financing. The Panama Papers created over 70 investigations. Prime ministers have resigned. And tragically, it looks like a journalist was killed in Malta very recently, perhaps because of her role in investigating the Panama Papers. Help us put this into context. Where do you see this leading, and what have your been impressions over the last year and a half of this extraordinary release of documents?
Right. I think the Panama Papers and the Paradise Papers now, and even before it, some of the smaller leaks that were out, are examples of investigative reporters working cross-border. And many of these, in town here is an organization called International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. A lot of you know that organization. They've been kind of one of the hubs that have been handling these leaks and distributing to a worldwide audience. So the power of having 200, 300, 400 investigative reporters looking at information that was never made publicly available before, really focusing on it is an incredibly powerful force. And what the Paradise Papers showed us really was a lot like what we saw in the Panama Papers. It's fascinating to go through these documents because what you get is you get snippets of an offshore company making a $500 million transfer payment to another offshore company, and that's just part of it. And we don't really know who was sending money to who. But as we get more and more of these leaks together, and with the Russian laundromat, we start to put together what's exactly happening. And it's a fascinating story of, Russia's a big player in it, but there's a whole kind of global economy in the developing world of just doing everything offshore. All the businesses do everything offshore now. One of the biggest trading partners in Ukraine is the British Virgin Islands, and they don't send them anything except for, paperwork. And so, this is really grown to the point where it's now not only problematic for countries, it's problematic for business. You don't really know who you're doing business with anymore. So it's making it extremely difficult. But investigative reporters, we're the ones in society who have the time, the money to kind of focus on tracking these money flows and looking at who's doing what. And because law enforcement doesn't go across borders very easily, if you ever filed an MLAT, it'll take you forever to get anything. And that company has been gone for 5 years by the time you do. Investigative reporters are really the only natural enemy out there of this kind of corruption. And so that's I would say we've been successful, but we're not nearly successful enough. There really needs to be a lot more kind of global efforts to kind of create transparency and to track some of these things.
General Hayden, let me turn to you. Is the intelligence community organized to counter Russian active measures? And maybe, Clint, we'll have you jump into this part of this question as well. We are so focused, understandably, since September the 11th on the counterterrorism agenda. I feel like we've missed this. We've completely missed where adversaries are working within our system to change the very nature of our democracy. Help us understand how we can combat this. And really, there's a generation that doesn't even understand active measures as we understood them a generation ago.
Yeah, so there's some history here, and not guilt, maybe responsibility, but not guilt. All right, so let me give you two concrete things I think that are affecting our ability to do or not do this. One is we've been at war for 16 years. All right, and so intelligence trends present tense anyway. All right, it's the immediate, it's the urgent that comes to the top of the box, not the important. But when you're in combat for 16 years, you're living that kind of storyline to an extraordinary degree. I've said this before, but I'll repeat it. When Dave Petraeus came to visit me, he was talking to all the former directors prior to his confirmation hearing, and the usual questions, what about this, what about that? We're in the kitchen table in our house. As we're leaving, I do that kind of Washington pull-aside thing. Oh yeah, one more thing, Dave. And it was, David, CIA has never looked more like OSS than it does right now. And I'm not blaming anybody, because I kind of did that, and Leon kind of did that, and George kind of did that, and America's safer because of that. But you understand, it's not OSS, right? It's the nation's global espionage service. And you're going to have to struggle every day to remind yourself and your institution that it's got to have this wider, deeper view. So that's one dynamic that kind of penalizes us for this. There's another one, maybe less obvious. So I kind of got dipped into this information cyber thing down in San Antonio, looking at one of my successors in command here, in the mid-1990s. I just come out of the Balkans. I was J2 for U.S. forces in Europe, and that was medieval, right? Medieval in cause, medieval in conduct, okay? And then I get parachuted into San Antonio to become the head of the Air Intelligence Agency. And at that time, Air Force intelligence was kind of cutting edge, thinking about this new domain, this cyber thing. My staff never said this to me, but if I summarize my first week, it was, glad you're here, Hayden. Now sit down, take out a clean sheet of paper, number 2 pencil, write this down. Land, sea, air, space, cyber. It's a domain, it's a place, it's a location. We're going to go fight there. All right. For GI, that's kind of like, oh, why didn't you say so? That's so illuminating. But we had a really serious debate down in San Antonio. This is 96, 97. And it had all the energy of Jesuits at a medieval university as to whether or not we were in the cyber business or the information business. Now, you know how it turns out, because we got a cyber command up the road, okay? not an information command. But we really had this debate. Are we about dominating this domain, or is it more about dominating the information space? And like I said, serious debate. And we looked over here, and our first conclusion was, wow, that looks really hard. Okay. I mean, it was not just cyber. It was deception. It was public affairs. It was public diplomacy, maskirovka. It was the traditional defense suppression, electronic war. I mean, wow, that's very complicated. And you couldn't get very far in that conversation without implicating First Amendment concerns for U.S. citizens. So we said, no. We went over here. And frankly, we've been pretty good over here in the cyber domain. The Russians went to door number 2.
Right.
And if you read General Gennady Gerasimov,
right. New generation warfare.
He went to door number 2, information dominance. And when you saw the result of this doctrinal decision on the part of the Russians, you saw it in the information domain cover for the little green men in Ukraine, for what they've done in the Donbass, for their kind of beating their chest against the Baltics. For God's sake, they took one of the most clearest acts of aggression in the last decade, the shoot down of the Malaysian airliner by a Buk missile, and convinced an awful lot of Europeans we would not have considered extreme, convinced them that, wow, this is just really too hard to understand.
Right.
All right? And then we saw that same assault in the American electoral process, and the German and the French and so on. So number one, we've got this tactical here and now focus. And number two, and this is going to require some work on our part, because you asked me how do we respond. It's going to require some work on our part to leave our cyber lens behind and begin to look at this in the broader information lens. And our language betrays us. I mean, I obviously talk about this a lot. And I constantly get questions about, so what about that Russian cyber attack on the United States? I mean, the cyber attack could have been done by script kiddies. That was basic stuff. What happened afterwards was the big news. And again, doctrinally, we've trained ourselves not to think that way. So we've got a lot of intellectual lifting to do before we now get into really meaningful response.
Perfect segue, Clint. We're working on door number 2 in your work. You've used a lot of the counterterrorism modeling that you've done and the countermeasures to look at this. As you testified last week, as we saw the executives from Facebook, Google, Twitter, you talk about not understanding that their platforms are being so used by adversaries. Today it's Russia and maybe other adversaries. How do we start fixing and getting to door number 2?
Yeah, we have lost consistently in the open source unclassed battlefield going from terrorists to Russia. It doesn't matter which it is. And I think the first time I briefed the Russia influence stuff in a government audience, I would do unclassed ISIS briefings and I would throw it in at the end. This was late spring, summer of 2014. And people could not be less interested. I remember I was in one room and I said, I know what ISIS is doing, seems exciting, but the Russians are doing something that is way cooler than anything I've ever seen. Like, I was almost admiring the audacity of what they were doing. I didn't even know it would work then, but I saw what they were trying to accomplish. And you couldn't get anyone to even move towards it. And so like General Hayden said, we're very tied up in the current. And so it was, okay, enough of that, tell me about ISIS. And so, up until I testified, I think I had done that briefing 2 or 3 dozen times for over a couple of years. And it was hard to get people around it because when you initially look at fake news, which we all like to talk about, you go, no one's going to believe this garbage. And I didn't believe it either until about 2015. Same time, what they were doing was convincing people that maybe this happened or maybe it didn't, but I should just tune out the whole debate because it's just too confusing for me, and people were withdrawing. So what I found interesting when I go around and do briefings here, I think I'd seen you a couple years ago. We were talking about it in Canada. We were talking about this. In the context of ISIS, we do that. If the money's for ISIS, then we show up and then we talk about Russia. So, and same with cops. We want to do intelligence-led policing. We talk about terrorism at the start and we come back to intelligence. But, how do you get people to move to it proactively? And it always came down to who's in charge. And no one really, as much as I briefed it, I have no ill will against the social media companies or the government because no one had the information warfare responsibility. Even today, if you went to someone in the US government, I've heard people get angry at the FBI. The FBI investigated hacking case. That's what their job is. They don't do influence. In fact, are restricted from doing it because it would influence Americans. The intelligence community is barred from doing that. We had the U.S. Information Agency. We don't have it anymore, and that's the awareness function, which is why we built out the Hamilton dashboard. We had looked back at the old active measures playbook, and the first step is awareness. And so that was the idea behind the dashboard. But who has this role? The other part of it is, what is our position against any authoritarian regime? Russia, has come at us with an information attack on our elections, but what is our strategy on that? It's been a year. Yesterday was a year that we had written up our summary article about the whole thing. And we deliberately wrote that up before the election because we knew it would be sour grapes, irregardless of who won. And we were just trying to say, this is what the Russians are doing in the information space. And it's been a year, and I still don't feel any different a year later. Even we know more now than I think anyone ever did about who is in charge and what is our strategy. What will we do in terms of this information campaign? I would tell you, the Russians smartly, if you want to know where they're going on this, the first thing I look for is where are RT and Sputnik news outlets going? That's the next audience that they want to influence. If they want to dive into a campaign, the decision point, as we say in the military, is they start a hacking campaign for compromise or whatever. I look for those two things. And so you can see that happening right now. I would imagine that they have a big smile on their face in the Persian Gulf right now. This is a great opportunity to win influence and use that information playbook. I think even beyond, we're seeing it in Myanmar. The social media companies, I was on right after them last week, and they have a business model. They have to keep people on their platforms. They have to keep sharing going. That is another lick your chops moment if you're Russia. You're like, okay, I can create lots of accounts really quickly, and I'll share everything you might ever imagine. I will make it hard for you to shut me down because I won't violate your terms of service. I'll play within the rule book. I will push my information space. Who says that your reporting is true and mine is false? I think it's the other way. Show me. So they're using it very smartly, and that playbook is going to be copied by everybody who has resources, who has access, and who has time, and that's going to be authoritarians. It's going to be global corporations that aren't regulated, and it's going to be any other players that come into the battlefield that are determined and can also either hire hackers, co-opt them, or dupe hackers into doing what they want. And I think that's the real fear moving forward for our country, and who is in charge of this.
So we clearly have a big structural issue here, in part because of who we are at our democracies and how that. So how do you start thinking about restructuring? And really, the three of you represent the different angles and aspects of this. So help us think about structure. If you could make a recommendation to the White House, how would you structure this? How would you make there to be an accountability for individuals and organizations? And Drew, let me start with you. I'll just work our way down. You are also witnessing, speaking about a year later, adaptation. So as we're discovering and learning more about active measures and influence, the methodology is changing. How are you seeing the changes in adaptation? What would you recommend structurally? And then I'll work our way down.
I mean, this is a huge race war. Take money laundering, for instance, that whole area where they're moving the money around. That's money that goes in the countries to support organizations. It goes to political parties. It goes to bribing people. Russia is not a rich country, and it doesn't. It's very smart. It uses its resources very wisely. And so it goes in, it figures out who they're going to bribe, and they figure out, who they're going to get on their side and which political party, and then they train that political party basically how to enact the playbook. And so You know, it's a pretty sophisticated system, but it's still a system, and systems can be outed. It's like a magic trick, you know. Once you know the magic trick, you'll always see it every single time behind the scenes. So part of it is outing the magic trick, explaining exactly how the structure works, and explaining how these money flows are going. And in the Paradise Papers, we saw that, you know, in the past they would use one or two you know, service providers. We call it the criminal services industry. Those are the lawyers and the registration agents and all that really make this possible. And those types of people, you know, usually they used one or two. And the old reliable was Mossack Fonseca, you know. You get Mossack Fonseca to do anything. And they've gotten more sophisticated. In this one, we noticed they were using 5 or 6 different service providers. And they also used they started their own in-house service providing organizations to register lawyers in-house to do some of this, to keep even these leaks from damaging them in the future. You know, so all this shows an adaptability to the investigative reporter. So we've basically entered into kind of an arms race. And we're going to grow more sophisticated, and we're now compiling large amounts of data from disparate sources. I have about 10 I've got now about 100 accounts of money laundering, bank accounts of money laundering organizations. And all that money went through, and it gives you a pretty good picture where they're sending the money. You know, we're working on getting more. We'll probably by next year have 200 or 300. And you can start piecing this together, and as you get more information and add it together, you can start seeing trends and fingerprints in other areas. And you can eventually trace down most of the money flows if you get enough information. So as we do that, they will, you know, increasingly get more sophisticated in moving things around and doing it in new ways. And you know, you've got now, you know, Bitcoin and other things that make it much more complicated to do this. And Russia has announced their own, you know, currency that they're going to put out. You know, you can see why they're doing that. So there'll be constantly this back and forth to try to hide these fingerprints. But ultimately, if you have most of the banking information in the world, if you're an organization and have that kind of transparency, you can't do any crime. You know, the sunlight is the best disinfectant. When you shine light on all these things, there's really no way you can hide the money. And if you set up rules to say we will not accept money from these banks or from these countries or in this form, then you seriously curtail their ability to do this. But that's going to take broad international agreement, and we all know that's a very hard thing to do. So.
And really, just to follow up, there's really a handful, I would say, of offending countries specifically that keep showing up as really the perpetrators of the money laundering, if you will. I mean, we can focus on the most egregious cases.
The dirty dozen. I mean, you know, you can, you know, Seychelles, Belize, Marshall Islands, you know, Cyprus on banking. I mean, you know, they constantly use the same places because those relationships have been built. Almost anything we see go to Cyprus, we immediately say, okay, that's Russia. You know, because those relationships with the various law firms have been set up, and so we know to look first for Russia. You know, so you know, these types of things. If you identify those banks and those jurisdictions, then you can kind of hem it in a little bit. But really, it's going to take, you know, more transparency. And the advantage for the United States is, I mean, all dollar accounts, you know, must clear through New York. So the United States has a tremendous amount of, you know, power and influence in this area. They just need to probably leverage it more effectively.
General Hayden, how would you restructure the U.S. government to be more effective in countering Russian influence?
So two thoughts quickly come to mind. And one is that there are a lot of non-governmental institutions who might be very well positioned to do a lot of the lift here. Your institution, for example. So maybe to a first order, the government needs to get out of the way, or getting modestly political here, not equating an imperfect free press with a perfect deception campaign, so that the press does have legitimacy when it does do these kinds of things. Might mean a lot more American interest in the protection of journalists globally, and what, you know, and what tariff we're willing to pay with regard to all of the other complex relationships we have in order to protect journalism and journalists, because as you said, they're the natural enemy of this. So that would be one. right? The second is to just look at the governmental structure, and here you're just kind of turning the key to a massive problem, all right? We hardwired our national security structure in 1947, all right? Created America's Air Force, the CIA, the National Security Council, the Secretary of Defense, Joint Chiefs of Staff. We are hardwired to harvest the lessons of the last great conflict of the industrial era and to make sure we can win it again. And so it might take some serious rethinking as to who's even in the room when you begin to talk about national security, because the greatest threats to America now are probably not metal on metal somewhere. They're these asymmetrical threats being mounted through unique and novel means by fundamentally weaker powers. That's probably going to mean we're going to pull ourselves as a people through the knothole we just exited for the last 15 years in trying to deal with the last non-traditional threat, the threat of terrorism. Right. And fundamentally, the way I look at our response to terrorism was to take a national security structure designed to go this way against state actors and make it go this way against non-state actors. So we had all those really heartfelt conversations about surveillance and targeted killings and detentions, interrogations and habeas corpus and so on. That's okay. I mean, I kind of was there for a lot of it, but I get it. That was a serious discussion amongst a free people as to how do we retool what it is, what we view to be acceptable by our government to go do some other things we haven't asked the government to do before. Ditto, we're going to do the same thing here. All right? And so we're probably going to have to go through these internal and sometimes external debates as to what it is you want and what it is you will permit the government to do in order to deal with this new threat. I'll be very brief and very oblique, but a very concrete reality I had to face when I was director, all right, is how much do you want American espionage focused on learning secrets from the international movement of money, that's the global financial system, before you begin to erode confidence in the international movement of money, that is the global financial system. I mean, that was a no-fooling issue. Where do you want to put that fulcrum for that balance? So, number one, recognize the power of the private sector here and try to enable it as best you can. Number two, recognize that this is just part of a whole package of things for which we are malorganized. Get on with creative attendance and be fully prepared. This is going to surface very serious questions. I mean, Clint gets into this easily, and I'm sure he'll get into it before we're done. How do you deal with fake news and not suppress free speech? Right. Big deal. And we're just going to have that talk.
Clint, how would you restructure?
Well, I think on the government side, just the last 15 years, a good chunk of my time has been spent summarizing the internet and providing it to the government. So that is a bad sign. We've got ISIS mobilized thousands of foreign fighters, and projects I would work on or research I do, we would go to people and be like, here are 50 people that joined ISIS, and they'd be like, how did you figure this out? I was like, well, they posted pictures of themselves in Iraq, and they'd be like, did you hack into their accounts or whatever? I was like, no, I was at my house or a coffee shop and I just copied and pasted it into this slide. So we have this amazing...
Not instilling confidence, Clint.
Right. And the same point about anytime I hear whole of government or working group, I immediately exit the conversation or evacuate DC because there are times, like when we were in Iraq and, we did whole of government approaches, I totally get it with counterinsurgency, but that has become a mantra to say, let's all go to meetings all day and not really do anything. Like we come together in DC and if I hear task force, I'm in because I know who's in charge. I know there's resources behind it. I know what we're going at. So I think on the enduring basis, we have to understand that everyone is operating, whether it's financial or information, in the open source and unclass is the base layer. And I feel like intel analysts that I encounter have a hard time just accessing that information. On the other extreme, they have great high sources that I don't even know what they do with, But those are more effectively leveraged if you understand what everybody else knows first. I think on an acute basis, if we want to deal with Russia disinformation, we do need someone at a leadership level in the US to say, this is our strategy with regards to Russia, and this is what we want to pursue going forward, and this is the task force that's arranged around this issue. Beyond that, I agree that if we are going to win the information war, Russia wins it in the gray space. You know, we talk about white overt, black covert, but it's these gray outlets. They're good at leveraging populations to do their bidding for them. And we as a country have not stood up for democracy anymore. We have totally backed away. If you remember back, our first solution in the terrorism fight was to democratize the world. And we have done a 180 from that. We have retreated from the world stage. We have not identified what our values are. We haven't mobilized Americans who are willing to do this in that way. So the Shine the Light was, you know, Hamilton 68 dashboard. This is what one sample that we have, you know, and how we read what the disinformation playbook is. And I think there are a lot of great efforts out there to sort of do that. The second one that I talk about would be, again, non-governmental. I think General Hayden's exactly right, which is how do we deal with false information? We have had bad products before, and so I use the comparison with the Consumer Reports. You know, when I was a kid, that was the boring magazine my parents got, and in the back, you know, there were products, and people wanted to know if I'm buying this product, is it good or not? We didn't have the internet then, so they had a matrix, and it was evaluated by product experts, and you could get that. We need information Consumer Reports for information. This is how we protect free speech and freedom of the press. And so I'm advocating, you know, nutrition labels for information, where an information Consumer Reports agency essentially rates fact versus fiction, you know, over a rating period, and then reporting versus opinion. I think that's important too. I don't know that the average information consumer can distinguish between when they're looking at an opinion article versus a reporting. And then there's a rating, you know, that goes into a Facebook feed, it goes into a search engine, Google search engine, and it's opt out. You know, people can opt out. If they don't want nutrition labels and they want to eat 10,000 calories a day, they can. We see this all the time, right? I still eat Krispy Kremes even though I know I shouldn't. But the same way, you know, for your information, there's a reason the National Enquirer isn't the number one print magazine, you know, in the United States. And so we help those that do good reporting and good journalism by helping inform the consumer. Think about the number of iterations you have to assess information on Twitter if you have a Twitter account in a given day. You have to make 100% right decisions about information sources of which you have no clarity within split seconds. And I even make mistakes with it. I look at this stuff all the time. The human brain is not meant to make that decision over and over. So we got to help the consumer out so that it's on them when they get duped by fake news or misleading information. They have to take responsibility for what they're consuming. So if they get mind fat, then that's on them.
Drew, you want to jump in here now?
Yeah, just one other thing I think needs to be mentioned is, having seen this in Europe, you know, the United States, the system of government that we have is particularly susceptible, you know, with this, you know, the lobbyists and the unclear funding of many of this, and of course lobbying groups have been embroiled in recent scandals. This is going to get worse. I mean, this is a perfect venue for Russia and other countries to use to influence the United States. So you may have to fight a battle first on the home shore to make sure that you can fight the battle abroad.
Can I just add a thought? Please. So what the Russians did classically would be dropped into the box covert influence. All right. And frankly, it's not so covert because I think that plausible deniability, but not so covert, gave greater force to what the Russians were trying to do. But technically, a covert influence campaign. I would never claim on this stage that our government has never looked at the possibility of doing something like that. All right. And when we have, there is an absolute iron rule within this kind of activity. This never creates fractures in a society. What this does is to identify and exploit pre-existing fractures in a society. So I'm all in on Clint's evaluation. Actually, my metaphor is Rotten Tomatoes for news. Yeah,
like film critics, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, you can still go to the bad movie, but at least you know what you're getting in.
Right.
All right? So I'm all in for that to kind of stop what they're doing. But we're creating the greenfield here for these kinds of actors to come. So part of this is improving our own political dialogue so that we are far less tribal and therefore far less susceptible to these kinds of moves.
Well, and just to summarize, I mean, we've really felt that there's sort of three essential steps to countering Russian influence. Recognize. You have to be able to recognize the methodology that's happening, whether you use nutritional labeling for trusted sources, but you have to educate the American people what's going on. And I think that's been hugely missing. You have to stabilize our institutions. You have to be increased transparency. They're using our system to do this to us. We are in charge of how our institutions work and their strength. That's the home game. That we can do. And then finally, and this is, Clint, to your words, it's the mobilize. Democracies are transparent when they function properly. We can be confident in that while flawed, we do believe our system is the best representative government, imperfect as it is, that we have to start going on the offensive and talking about flaws and all, how we work, and putting forth that positive message, because you have to fight something with something. You have to have, who we are and what we stand for, that idealistic, inspirational, deeply flawed concept of the West. And if we can put those three together, but first we have to focus on understanding what the threat is. And what I worry about is of course we have elections today in Virginia and New Jersey. We have midterm elections in 2018, another presidential election in 2020. Help me understand how we prepare for those events and other mile markers that our democracy will experience. Clint, I'll work the other way down.
Yeah.
How do we start thinking, how do we prepare civil society, the private sector, government actors to prepare for this?
So it's great that we brought up elections first, because the second wave of the hacking attempt from the Russian perspective wasn't really to change the votes. It was just to have the ability to create the perception that your vote wasn't authentic. And that is, striking at the core of democracy. If you don't believe that your vote counts, you're not going to participate. And that has a tremendous ripple effect. So securing the vote, everyone's moving to digital voting machines, which is obviously makes sense, but you got to have a paper ballot backup. I was more worried. I wasn't worried about the outcome of the election. I was worried about what could happen on election day a year ago when this happened, meaning that there was talk about we need to show up to the polls and deal with this voter fraud issue. We need to make sure the election isn't rigged. I was worried about violence breaking out on any side based on one candidate winning or another. So we've got to, look at that piece of it. I think the other part is how do we deal with our elected leaders, in the aftermath? And so that is something that we really need to change. Trust is at an all-time low for elected officials, for government institutions. Even polls inside the United States, people believing that democracy is the best system of governance is at its all-time low in the United States. Now, I would always ask them what's a better system to democracy. We never ask them that question because I'd be curious if they would prefer a dictatorship. I don't think they really would. But, there is a general malaise, that is set in. So that comes from leaders and leadership. And that's where I'm still at a loss a year later. I don't feel it in our political dialogue and debates. I don't feel it in our current elected officials. And so I think it comes back to the NGOs, civil society. Someone has to, mobilize, step up and say, hey, we're still about freedom of the press, freedom of speech. We're still about open governance and capitalist markets, free markets. I mean, what we're talking about with this corruption that's spread around the world and the lack of transparency is the death of free markets. I mean, that's something we champion. And what we should remember is the reason the Russian active measures worked when the Soviets didn't is because they have money and engage in the economic space now 20, 30 years later, and they have access to the information space. They've actually entered into two domains that we created and beat us on our own stage. So I'm looking to see who will be those people that advance it. I think it really has to be ordinary Americans that will do it.
General Hayden?
Yeah, I do think it's going to come from this way, because it's sort of lacking coming from that way. I try to write, not you know, in the 800-word format, so it's not real hard, op-eds, and you get off stage. The most controversial op-ed I've written since I've been out of government, and I've tackled detentions, targeted killings, and so on. The most controversial op-ed, the one that got the most commentary, the most deeply felt commentary was the NFL taking a knee.
Yeah.
Okay? Which shows, again, back to the word I used earlier, how tribal we have become, and how willing we are to demonize the other side. Frankly, again, being modestly political, that was a manufactured crisis, okay, imposed on the population, but then the population was spring-loaded to take up sides and divide, and so again, I'm with Clint. It's going to have to come from the body, the wisdom of the American people. I mean, you reread, which I think we're all doing, the Federalist Papers.
Absolutely.
All right. I mean, the guys did a pretty good job with the system, but they kept putting in the text. This all depends on an informed citizenry. It all depends on an informed citizenry, and so I do think it's from the bottom up.
Absolutely. Drew, how would you help guide us in preparations?
So you're putting a lot of pressure on us, the civil society sector. And
well,
we quit is what we said.
Yeah.
It's all I do.
Let me give you some reality on that. Okay, so of all development assistance, 2% goes to media in the world, only 2%. Of that, 2% goes to investigative reporting. Okay, so there's very little money flowing down to these organizations, which you're hoping are manning the front lines and getting the truth out. You know, some of our partner centers, we're a network of investigative reporting centers around the world. We're actually the largest investigative reporting organization on earth, although most people haven't heard about us because, you know, we publish mostly in local languages. We are funded unusually for a news organization by US government money, along with Open Society, the British government, the Swiss government, a number of other governments. So we're a little bit unusual in that respect. But you know, most of our partner centers operate for about $50,000 a year. Our total budget is less than $2.5 million a year. So this is a pretty underfunded area of the world, and that's the media sector. The other nonprofit sector doing other types of this work is similarly poorly funded. You know, so the organizations that are doing anti-corruption work and other stuff. So we put a pittance into this in the first place, and so there really needs to be, if this is important, it needs to be funded. The other thing is, I mean, I think you know, the tech sector has been a bane to journalism as well as a big problem, as well as a good thing. You know, we can distribute more widely, but our economic model is basically gone. So journalism around the world is struggling to find new models. And when you have to use all these little tricks, that's no longer an industry, you know, that's survival. So really the media industry is in survival, and it's tending to, you know, grow into larger organizations, and the smaller ones are you know, there's pretty much soon the New York Times will be covering the United States. And you know, it's consolidation in the industry, and that's really a problem. It's not a good industry. It's not a good sector. There needs to be some solutions to that. We're working hard to try to find new solutions. We think of ourselves as a technology company. I have as many technologists as I have editors in my organization. So we're looking at, you know, earning money off API calls and through our data and all sorts of different models to move more into the tech sector. Because that's where we know we can actually make money. But that problem has to be solved for the news industry by the news. It's our fault, you know. I remember the first online news thing was the Mercury News, but you had to dial in separately. It wasn't on the internet. It was a separate dial-up because they didn't believe this whole internet thing. We've made some of the dumbest decisions as information brokers as any group of human beings I've ever known in an industry. This is completely self-inflicted. But we're hoping to change that and find new things. So all these problems are necessary to solve before you can really kind of have a constant pressure on there to keep these countries like Russia from getting out of hand.
One last question before I turn to our audience for questions. So we've talked about sort of structure, how do we get at this problem structurally? Help me understand the role of congressional oversight. Clint, you've spent a lot of time testifying, so have I.
It's my full-time job.
It is your full-time job. General Hayden, I know you were called on repeatedly for your expertise. So let me just sort of give you my bias, and then you can push back on it. Just as the government is not structured well, the hardwiring isn't well, our oversight process is not well formed. In fact, it could be the House and Senate banking committees and judicial committees that may have a bigger role to play, that when we think about, as Senator Lindsey Graham's calling this, the greatest national security challenge of the 21st century, are we geared for congressional oversight? And what is the role of Congress here? You know, after September the 11th, there was a 9/11 commission. There were some big structural changes. Exactly, General Hayden, as you told us, as difficult as those, and perhaps now, perhaps unbalanced as those changes were, how can Congress, truly we the people, inject themselves into this? Or are they really, they're playing catch up too? I find senators, they understand they have a problem, they're grappling with it, but I don't know how they can make those structural changes, again, in absence of perhaps a clear mandate from the executive branch. So
I'll let General Hayden go first because
okay. You want to push the tough question to him?
Well, I mean, I don't think I'd been to Capitol Hill but one time until I testified. You know, I was not invited. That's legislative branch. I was an executive branch guy my whole life, you know, in and out of government. So but I'll just give a quick comment on my experience, which was I've done 3 Senate committees now, and I feel like I was really surprised. I was nervous the first time I went in to testify because I was like, this feels like it's going to be a political football thing. And I have to say the senators on the Intelligence Committee were fantastic.
Hugely bipartisan, which is fantastic.
And I've dealt with their staffs before and after. I thought they were super professional. It actually was a very small glimmer of hope in our country and institutions. You know, I was like, okay, this is how it's supposed to work. And they seemed very focused on what happened with Russia and disinformation. And I have to say it was the same with the other 2 subcommittees that I testified to. But you know, what is fascinating about it, I think, is they're trying to figure out their role when they're not really the ones that set foreign policy in terms of execution. So where they, I think, can and will do better is with the social media companies, for example. This is one of my greatest fears. In 2018, 2020, you will, if there are no legislative changes, you will be crazy not to run a dark social media campaign like we just saw run against your opponent. And in fact, if you don't do it, you will lose. I could set up a micro-targeted political campaign against anybody in this room right now from my house. And if you gave me money, I could turn it into steroids. I mean, it would just explode on you, and you wouldn't know what was happening. I would offshore hackers. You know, I would launch bots that I rent for $100 an hour.
Okay, you're scaring me. easy.
But I think this is where, like, judiciary, you know, and some of them can say, okay, what are the standards for print and television media? Why don't we have that in social media? And this actually will help the social media companies ultimately. I know they're afraid of any regulation, but I don't think they realize the disgust of their users have with their systems right now, and that they're going to walk away from their platforms. The movement is to dark social media like Snapchat, because you don't have to deal with this inundation, you know, of information. And so I think companies like Twitter, Facebook, some of them are better than others, you know, in my experience about getting in front of this. Actually, Facebook's taken a beating for it, but I think they really have tried in the terrorism space and Russia. And this is good for them because users are going to walk away. You know, they always say users will just be influenced like mindless lemmings to believe whatever. And ultimately, you just look at it and you go, this makes my life miserable. I don't want to look at it anymore. And so I think they can help each other.
Wow.
So very briefly, we did make some structural changes with regard to terrorism. We created the National Counterterrorism Center, which actually has been a remarkable success. A blending of foreign and domestic law enforcement and intelligence information, which would have been indigestible in the American system prior to 9/11. So we can adjust. There are several hundred recommendations coming out of the 9/11 commissions. All of them have been implemented in one way or another except one. That was congressional committee reform. Okay, oversight has not been touched. So that's kind of the dark side. The bright side is, I agree with Clinton. You get one-on-one with these members. They're very serious people.
Absolutely.
Right? They really do want to do the right thing. And so that offers some hope. I actually think the sky might be brightening a little bit. I've been heartened by the Iraq-Afghan war veterans who've been elected to the House. Adam Kinzinger in Illinois, Seth Moulton in Massachusetts, these kinds of folks who are coming in a little less red and a little less blue than their predecessors, and because of their life experience, perhaps have a different approach to some of these things. So again, there's a positiveness here. I'd offer one other view too. There is a tendency within the executive branch, and it's cross-party, all right? To try to husband as much authority and power within the executive to the exclusion of the other political branch as much as possible. And I understand that. I mean, Hamilton writes about the dispatch of the executive, and obviously the executive, unencumbered, can act more quickly. But he cannot act in a sustained way, and he cannot create the political legitimacy that he needs to have in order to do this for a long time. So I think one of the errors we made, not a sin, just a mistake, all right, in the Bush administration was in the early responses to terrorism, making it all about the exercise of executive authority and not putting our arm around the other political branch and make them responsible, okay? Not let them go tis, tis, tut, tut 6 years from now when somebody writes a story about it and say, well, I never would have done that, all right? Make them answer that tough question when everyone's scared and the future's uncertain, which is where we are with this. And when you do that, you actually may get a better answer, but you will get one that is more politically sustainable within the American system.
Oh, that's great advice. Drew, other than really rethinking our foreign aid to support civil society institutions and investigative journalism, any other thoughts?
I've been in the field for 18 years, so I can't really comment on that. But I will, let me just say something very quickly what Clint said. He's talking about setting up a system, himself. But the next generation is really going to be scary. I mean, when you've got AI bots that can argue with you online, use all your Facebook preferences, all your friends and everything to basically figure out who you are and then argue with you then, that's already being worked on now. And so it's going to get, we're just starting to get into this. This is not going away. This is going to go for a number of years, and it's going to get worse and worse. And so it's really something we have to deal with.
Absolutely. All right, I need to unleash this wonderful audience on my dream team. So we have about 12 minutes or so, and I need you to do a favor for me since we're so crowded. I will take about 3 or 4 questions first, and Donna, we'll start up here. Please introduce yourself. Speak very loudly in those microphones. You can hear them, but sometimes it's an echo up here. We're going to bundle them. I'll come back to the panel, and I'll try to get another swing. So I'm sorry, Max, if we could just take the cluster right here, and then I will move to the next part. Sir, go right ahead. Please stand up and introduce yourself and your question. Please stand up.
Oh, okay. Augustus Alzona.
Very close to the mic.
Augustus Alzona. I was probably the only Trump supporter in this room prior to November 9th. Anyway, my question is this: as far as the United States' national security goes, just basically, what is your prescription for balancing us as a constitutional republic versus a kind of mob rule democracy that we see in some of the other nations throughout the world?
Thank you. You can just pass the microphone right to the gentleman right beside you, sir. Thank you.
Peter Humphrey. I'm an Intel analyst and a former diplomat. I asked this having watched the same 2 Ralph Northam commercials 7,000 times. Russia spends hundreds of thousands of dollars propping up Facebook stock with its contributions to no effect whatsoever. Is that necessarily a bad thing, to have these guys shoveling cash into the American economy with no effect?
Thank you, and we'll just pass that right up to the general. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claudia Rizzi. I'm a journalist. I just heard all of you speak today, and I'm just wondering, given the fact that you've been looking both at domestic and international developments in this specific issue, what is, in your view, what made the difference between, let's say, what happened in the elections in France and what happened here? And doesn't it at some point, sort of regulating the industry in terms of data privacy protection and what these giant companies can have access to and what kind of control we can have, isn't that not part of the problem and a solution, perhaps?
Thank you, sir, right there. We'll take the two right there, and then I want to come back to the panelists to answer these very good questions, sir.
Yes, Stephen Keat. I'm a retired Foreign Service officer. General Hayden, I believe in one of your op-eds, when you were talking about Putin and Trump, you used the Soviet-era term of useful idiot. Other people have spoken of Manchurian candidate. When we have an executive branch that is not really interested in taking seriously these issues, that is not, at the highest level is not interested in doing this, how are we going to go over the next few years and effectively deal with the problems that you all laid out so eloquently?
And one last question, yes, ma'am.
My name is Angelita. I'd like to go back to the Russian countermeasures playbook, and also I would like to get the feedback from all the speakers. You were talking about an offensive measure, and I was thinking of like an offensive and defensive measure, because I was thinking Russia is pretty good in attacking the fractures, which is like our security, our privacy, and all of that division. And the other thing too is that our journalists also mentioned that they invest on the key resources where it would hurt America the most, pretty much. But my other question is that, well, Russia is kind of like the smart fugitive. There's always one step ahead of us. But so if Putin is out of the picture, Russia learns from their history. So what will be our playbook if they're pretty adaptive and we're kind of restrained with our democratic measures and our political bickerings?
Thank you. Wonderful questions on sort of that remaining that balance. Should it matter that the Russians are purchasing ads, Facebook? And then, how do you do this in absence of an executive branch that perhaps is prioritizing this? Offense versus defense, always a tricky play. Who would like to jump into any of those good questions?
Well, I had the one that
you want to take that
directed
one?
at me. Yeah.
Got it.
I use Polezny Durak as the most benign explanation I could come up with a body of facts. I used it in an op-ed in the Washington Post the Friday before the election, so about 53 weeks ago. I just took all the things that have become more obvious, more numerous, more deep, the connections between the Trump campaign and the Russians and the reluctance to criticize Putin and a whole bunch of other things. And I just said, look, my job is trying to connect the dots. So if you're asking me to connect these dots now, the most working hypothesis I can come up with, and the most benign, is simply Polezny Durak, useful fool, useful idiot, which is a Soviet-era term that was designed to describe the naive individual in another society that they probably secretly held in contempt, but they were very, very happy to exploit. And at the end of the article, I said, I know this is going to offend some people, all right? But frankly, it's the most benign interpretation I can come up with. And I have to tell you, even after all the other things that have rolled out, I'm still kind of there, all right? That's kind of where I think this is going to end up. And so, I've said a couple of things that suggest this is going to be harder to do because of the president's attitude. This is not ill will to the president, all right? I know how to count. I know what the Russians did. They had an effect. I can't measure that effect. So we're done talking about the effect.
Right.
He's the president, all right? But this issue is really important, and he continues to fulfill the Polezny Durak role if he doesn't prioritize this for his intelligence services and for his government.
So one thing I think you have to be careful not to do is turn, Putin into a supervillain. He's just doing what he's always done. This is Russian policy. He's propagandized his own people first. He's got the Siloviki who he moves in and out and plays against each other. Every time he takes over a country or there's a captured state, he puts an organized crime figure, Abkhazia, Ossetia, Transnistria, because he can control them, and he has a lot of useful idiots that he uses, in his administration. So, this is just kind of Russia being Russia. It's been long Russian policy to basically disorient your enemy. And so I don't think they see this as, you know, a life and death struggle. I think some of them do. I think they're just doing what Russia has always done. And so, you know, we just need, it's now been amplified though by social media and all the other things that are out there that's making it, you know, much more troublesome to us. So, I mean, I think we have to keep that in mind. And you know, Russia is not propping up Facebook or any of these. You know, they're putting fairly small numbers into advertising. They did, you know, the Paradise Papers did indicate that there may have been some Russian government investments in Facebook and Twitter, but there's no evidence that was really part of the policy, or you know, Russia just doesn't have that kind of money, you know, to do huge investments, and probably most of that got stolen anyway and never got back to the Russian government. So.
Actually, I wanted to talk about the one about France and Germany.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that too, please.
So France and Germany did better than us for several reasons. One, every time you run the playbook, the next target gets wise to it, so they can prepare a little bit. The other thing, especially in the case of France, it's pretty hard to compromise a Frenchman. I mean, let's be honest. You know, they don't. There's far fewer. We get so upset about social issues in the United States. This is just not going to work. I mean, Marine Le Pen showed up at places with Putin. This isn't like a hidden, you know, agenda. So you pretty much come down to money. That's the only way that you're going to angle. The other thing they do structurally makes it much more difficult, which is they have runoffs. Okay, so they have many candidates going in, then they go down to a runoff. They've got 2 candidates, 2 weeks. Even if they had knocked out Macron, let's say, in the run-up, you only had 2 weeks, and all of his votes are going to fall to whoever is not Le Pen. So they also have a much shorter election season. Ours is called all day, every day. You know, they announce and say the election's going to be a few months from now, and then they start. And that would be not only healthy for us against Russian influence, but just as a country, it would probably be a lot more healthy as well, that we're not watching political run-ups for 2 or 3 years. This allows you to target, you know, whoever you want over a sustained basis. So when we were watching in the social media space, we saw them, you know, mobilizing in 2014. They infiltrated the US audience in 2015 on social issues. They did this as what I call social media reconnaissance. You try every issue, you see what parties respond, then you're going to double and triple down and infiltrate those audience. 16 then was about you know, the election and the shift to the political. So strategically, they can do that very well because they have such a run-up. And the other thing is the Electoral College. I am so tired of hearing this. How did they figure out where to target votes? You can watch any cable news channel. There's a map that's got swing states in purple, and you go, okay, guys. I mean, if I was in St. Petersburg or Moscow, I'd be like, here's 7 states, load it up, boom. You know, what we're finding from, you know, the Internet Research Agency, and I don't think that's probably the only troll farm out there. I don't know, but I think there's probably more than one. We're talking about less than 100 people maybe. We're running the social media amplification process. You know, that was the RGB, I think, report from Russia that came out. Less than 100 people. Holy cow, this isn't a big investment. So they can do this because our democracy is easy to game. I mean, we know it comes down to 7 states, 8 states at the most. We know what issues they like or don't like. We can download all of their Facebook, Twitter, open source data, and we can go to town on it for 18 months. And if there's a candidate we don't like, we're going to hack them for months until we get into one of their systems or one of their staffer systems or whatever it might be. So we could do a lot of structural reforms in our democracy. We won't. But we could do a lot to inoculate ourselves from this.
There's one philosophical question at the beginning. You talked about the will of the people in government.
Constitutional republic versus
right. Right. Got it. I simply refer to Edmund Burke, who said, "My district has elected me to vote my judgment, not their preference. And if that dissatisfies them, they get to send someone else later." And I think that is the core to a democratic republic. That it's not the one-to-one with the constituents, but you actually have institutions that try to broadly reflect the will of the people in governance, but there is a bit of independence in the institutions.
Right, that serves as a safeguard.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Absolutely. I would just add to Clint's on the France and Germany. I mean, you did have a focused government campaign effort that warned people this would happen. It was very proactive. The intelligence services were extremely proactive on this. I mean, I think there were some factors there. And again, the learning curve and the comparisons that we need
as opposed
to
to our system, which was to deny it ever happened, and it might be somebody in their basement.
Yes, I have to say, and General Hayden, as you were talking about the concept of useful idiots, where I grew up, we had this funny saying about useful idiots: useful is temporary, idiot is forever. So let me just take one question.
Okay, and I
here.
just add,
please.
I'm running up here to make this event. All right, I'm doing what everybody does. Reading my phone and while the light's turning green, and I got a quick report from a friend, formerly of the agency, of an Intercept report, which is not my go-to source of information. All right, that there is a story out there now that the president had directed Mike Pompeo to go talk to a group of very, very disgruntled NSA employees who have had this conspiratorial view of the agency for about 2 decades now, because they had run a story saying the Russians didn't do it, NSA did it. And the story, which I actually have reason to believe might be true, was that the president then directed his head of CIA to go check it out, which comes back to...
Right. Yeah. Good thing, absolutely. Can we take, Federica, one more question? I'm going to make it really quick, and then we're going to...
Very quick. My name is Federica Bindi. I'm a visiting fellow at CSIS. Now, much like you, in 2013, I was campaigning for one of the NATO Secretary General, would-be Secretary Generals, and his message was, look, the next threat is going to come from cybersecurity. And nobody, especially on this side of the Atlantic, would listen. Now, the question is, nobody is really thinking about the unintended consequences of us talking about the role of Russia in the elections. You have to understand that in the rest of the world, there are lots of grateful feelings for the role of the US, but also lots of hard feelings. Because it's a fact that the US has been trying to influence elections in many countries for a long time. So the more we talk about the role of Russia in the elections, the more we give a signal of weakness of this democracy. And coupled to the, I'm afraid to say, erratic presidency we have now, the effects of the image of the US on the rest of the world are devastating. So on the one side, we need to talk about it, but on the other side, we really need to stop. So how do we deal with that?
So who'd like that last? I'm going to give one panelist the reflection. Are we overdoing this? Drew, do you want to take it?
Somebody else?
Who wants it?
There's a lot of truth to it, all right? And the intelligence community parsing out Russian objectives said Russian objective number 1 was messing with our heads, all right? Then you got to punishing Secretary Clinton. Then you got to invalidating the eventual Clinton presidency. And then about September, it was, holy smoke, this other guy could win. All right? But the core objective was to invalidate our confidence in our constitutions. So I get it. If we continue to talk about it in one way, all right, we contribute to the Russian effort. But I do think we need to talk about it so how to not challenge the legitimacy of the president, which I think fulfills that first role you described. It's not about the legitimacy of the president. It's about defending the processes of democracy. We have to make that distinction.
It's defending the United States, and that's our highest priority. Well, gentlemen, I think you helped write the first chapter of the Transatlantic Playbook, and you were certainly a dream team. I know my audience agrees. Please join me in thanking our panelists for a great discussion.
Space is a critical enabler for military operations and an increasingly important domain of modern warfare. But operating in space is expensive. What would it mean for the U.S. military if costs were reduced significantly?
Start 1-0.
Disruptive breakthroughs that could significantly reduce the cost of access to space may come in many forms. One of the most pursued methods for reducing the cost of access to space is making launch vehicles less expensive. Building launch vehicles in much greater quantities can enable efficiencies in the manufacturing process. But quantity alone is unlikely to yield order of magnitude reductions in costs. Novel forms of propulsion could also one day reduce costs.
But perhaps the most promising disruption is reusability. If a launch vehicle can be reused 10 times with minimal maintenance between flights, it could, in theory, reduce the effective vehicle cost by roughly an order of magnitude. Repairing or reusing satellites in space through on-orbit servicing could also reduce the cost of access to space. Instead of launching a 5,000-kilogram satellite to field a new space capability, one could launch a 500-kilogram payload to upgrade an existing satellite.
A significant reduction in the cost of access to space could enable new military space missions that are not feasible at current costs. Placing conventional weapons in orbit to strike targets on Earth has been explored in the past. One limitation has been the cost of launching the large number of satellites that would be needed to have a similar capability as a fleet of ground-based long-range missiles. An even larger constellation of satellites would be needed for a boost-phase kinetic missile interceptor system. Because the kill vehicle required for a missile intercept is more technologically complex, launch costs are a smaller share of the total cost. A space-based missile interceptor system could also be adapted to strike an adversary's satellites or to defend against anti-satellite missiles launched at friendly satellites.
Lower launch costs could also enable space transportation and logistics for critical military operations. A crewed vehicle system similar to what commercial firms are developing for space tourism could be adapted by the military to deliver small numbers of special operations forces or critical supplies to virtually any location on Earth within 30 to 45 minutes. Many of the disruptions that could reduce the cost of access to space and enable new missions, architectures, and operations for the U.S. military could also provide the same advantages to potential adversaries. Other nations could be incentivized to field space-based systems for ground attack, missile defense, and anti-satellite missions, whether or not the United States pursues such systems. A significant reduction in the cost of launch vehicles in particular could mean a reduction in the cost of long-range missiles, potentially leading to a rapid and uncontrolled proliferation.
Significant cost reductions are not likely until space launch becomes more of a commercial rather than a government activity. But the government has a big role to play. The government can seed key market areas by paying for and sharing risky early R&D on disruptive technologies, and helping commercial companies develop common standards so that a competitive commercial ecosystem emerges. The government can help commercial space grow by purchasing more services rather than using only its own version of these capabilities. Government can be the anchor customer for many of the emerging disruptive commercial technologies on the horizon. Also, the government can make getting to space easier by simplifying government approvals and striking a careful balance to maintain the United States' lead in commercial space while protecting national security.
The emergence of a robust commercial space market and the promise and peril it offers will take time to fully develop, but the nation that shapes this future is likely to benefit the most.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Currently, India ranks 54th on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index. more than 20 spots below manufacturing competitors like China and Malaysia. This is a major challenge for Modi's Make in India initiative. For example, India's truckers report that 15% to 25% of travel time is actually spent waiting at the heavily enforced state border checkpoints. They pay as much as $1.1 billion a year in bribes to state officials. The main problem is that India does not have a single national market. Its 29 states and 7 union territories each have their own system of sales taxes. As a result, internal borders look more like international ones. The version of the goods and services tax sitting before Parliament isn't perfect, but it will cut down on transit time for goods, paperwork for businesses, and could add 0.5% to annual economic growth. A seamless national tax environment will help Indian commerce flow more quickly.
The supercontinent of Eurasia is home to 60% of the global economy and 2/3 of humanity. It's been called the geographic pivot of history. For over 4 centuries, Eurasia's economic focus has been the maritime passages that surround it. But during ancient times, many of the world's most important trading routes ran overland. Today, regional powers are putting forward competing visions for reconnecting Asia. Roads, railways, and other infrastructure projects could revive overland routes. They could forge new maritime connections, and they could reshape the global economic landscape. The stakes are high. Last century's infrastructure projects fueled development, but also competition, and even conflict. Today's efforts could echo well beyond the region.
And the basic reality is that the division of the world into kind of totally separate, autonomous entities and other areas controlled by sometimes foreigners is coming to an end. We are getting one interconnected world.
But critical questions remain about these massive investments. What's driving these projects? Will they connect in an economically meaningful way?
What does that foretell? What does that mean in terms of political ambitions and how people will look at the region differently, and will they behave in a different way?
The Reconnecting Asia project provides new tools for answering these questions, beginning with what's really happening on the ground. Use this interactive website to track the evolution of Asia's infrastructure network at the project level. Explore the who, what, and why behind these megaprojects. See tomorrow's supercontinent through the eyes of regional powers. Make sense of it all with expert analysis that uncovers the trend lines behind today's headlines. This is reconnectingasia.csis.org.
Protecting the homeland is regularly identified as the top priority of U.S. missile defense efforts. This mission is dependent upon a global network of sensors and interceptors, including the Ground-Based Mid-Course Defense System, or GMD. The formal prioritization of homeland missile defense, however, has not always been reflected in the budget. Today's ground-based interceptors, or GBIs, were originally designed in the 1990s and to some extent still use technology from that era. Today's system is able to defend the nation from certain long-range ballistic missile threats, such as from North Korea. As missile threats grow, however, today's defenses could be outmatched unless steps are taken to improve reliability and capacity. By the end of 2017, only 44 interceptors will be deployed between Alaska and California. The site at Fort Greely, Alaska, was designed to hold up to 100 interceptors. But reliability and capability are equally important as numbers. The Missile Defense Agency is currently developing the redesigned kill vehicle, drawing upon advances from other recent missile defense programs. Space-based sensors and improvements for tracking and discrimination will also help. The United States should also consider other solutions, such as directed energy, transportable GBIs, or an underlay of other interceptors for key areas. Entirely new types of threats to the homeland are also emerging, including cruise missiles and boost glide vehicles, which require different solutions. None of this is easy, but continued focus will be necessary to outpace these threats.
Air power and military space systems have revolutionized the way the U.S. military operates, and the global economy increasingly depends on reliable and secure access to space systems. The Aerospace Security Project at CSIS examines the technological, budgetary, and policy issues affecting the air and space domains. Our research is focused in 3 areas. Space security examines the evolving military uses of space and how the lack of norms of behavior can affect escalation and deterrence. It explores how alternative architectures and new space capabilities can enhance the resilience of U.S. military space systems. Air Dominance and Long-Range Strike looks at the future of air and missile forces in a more contested operating environment. It examines the role of stealth, unmanned systems, and autonomous systems, how these capabilities can be integrated to enable new operational concepts, and options for the air and ground-based legs of the nuclear triad. Commercial and Civil Space explores international partnerships in space, efforts to reduce the cost of launch, advances in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and political environment that fuels these groups remain very much intact. Unless this understructure of vulnerability and criminality is addressed, extremist violence will remain an enduring threat to the region.
January 17, Iraq time, marks an unrecognized milestone. The United States has been bombing that country almost continuously for a quarter of a century. What has the U.S. been trying to accomplish with all these air attacks? And what has been the effect? The air attacks have occurred in 5 phases. But to fully understand this history, we need to go back to the beginning of air power theory. The tactical use of air power sought to defeat enemy air attacks and to strike enemy ground forces. But the horror of World War I led some air power advocates to propose a new idea: use air power strategically to strike at an enemy's economy, population, and political leadership, thereby winning wars without costly ground campaigns. The massive conventional air campaigns in World War II, in Korea, and in Vietnam produced many positive results, but they did not by themselves produce enemy surrender. When Desert Storm began, some in the Air Force hoped that new technologies would force Saddam to surrender from an air campaign alone. Others saw air power as part of a joint campaign.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining our next panel discussion here. The title of this panel may be the most provocative of the day, is Strategy Dead? We did consider some alternative titles as well. But the purpose of this panel is to explore the widening gap that we see between defense strategy and defense budgets. What are the resources going to be made available, and what is needed to execute strategy, or should we rethink our current defense strategy? So I am pleased to welcome a really esteemed group of panelists here today with a wide diversity of perspectives on these issues. To my immediate left is Dr. Emma Ashford. She's a research fellow at the Cato Institute. She holds a PhD in foreign affairs from the University of Virginia. And her research focuses on the politics and foreign policies of petrostates, particularly Russia and various Middle Eastern countries. She also recently published a paper I could commend to you. It's entitled Our Foreign Policy Choices, Rethinking America's Global Role. We'll be touching on some of those issues today. Next to her is Ambassador Eric Edelman. He is a counselor at the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments, former colleague of mine when I was there for about 6 years. He also was the former Undersecretary of Defense for Policy in the George W. Bush administration. Before that, he was Vice President Cheney's Principal Deputy Assistant for National Security Affairs. He also served as ambassador to Finland in the Clinton administration and to Turkey in the Bush administration. Currently, he is the chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy, which will be looking at many of these issues. And further down the row is Dr. Kathleen Hicks. She's Senior Vice President and Director of the International Security Program here at CSIS. She served in the Pentagon in the Obama administration as Principal Deputy Undersecretary for Policy. She also, while she was in the Pentagon, led the development of the 2012 Defense Strategic Guidance and the 2010 Quadrennial Defense Review. And she is also a member of the Commission on National Defense Strategy. And at the far end is Dr. Will Ruger. He's Vice President for Research and Policy at the Charles Koch Institute. He was previously an associate professor of political science at Texas State University and an adjunct assistant professor at the LBJ School of Public Affairs at the University of Texas, Austin. He is currently a lieutenant commander in the United States Navy Reserves and is a veteran of the war in Afghanistan. So thank you all for joining us. Now, as you have all experienced earlier today, we're making this an interactive session. So we have some questions we're going to start out and ask you guys to vote. So if we can go to the next slide, and you can pick up your clickers. So the big question here is formulating and executing a coherent defense strategy and budget realistic given the current political climate? Press A for yes, B for no, C for unsure. And while you're voting, you can see I put this question out on Twitter over the weekend to see what people in the Twitterverse thought of this issue. So you can see the results there from Twitter. While you're also voting, I will point out to everyone the obvious that this is not a statistical sampling in any way. This does not reflect the views of the American people. What it does reflect, though, all your voting is going to reflect those of you who have chosen to come share this event with us today, what you think. And so if you all please cast your vote, we're going to close down the poll here in a minute. Okay, let's close the poll and let's look at the results. And so what are people in the audience saying here today? So similar to what we saw in Twitter. The majority of people are saying no, it's not realistic given the current political climate. So I want to turn to our panelists and ask each of you to comment on this. Do you think, Emma, I'll start with you. Do you think that it is realistic that we can come up with a strategy and a budget that work together, that are coherent, that we can execute? Or are we just beyond that in the current political climate?
I have to agree with the majority of the respondents here. I'm not convinced that in the current political climate, particularly in the current administration, it is feasible for us to have a strategic process that leads us to conclusions about what our budget should be, that then allows us to actually match those up and make it work together. I think for that to happen, we'd need to have an administration that had a coherent vision of foreign policy. We clearly don't have that. We're due a national security strategy apparently before the end of the year, but the jury is entirely out to what it will say. It could go any one of a number of ways in the Trump administration. And then we'd need to have that administration have the political will, political capital on Capitol Hill to try and work with Congress to make the budget work. And again, that just all seems entirely unrealistic in the current climate.
Okay. Now, Eric, save us, because if strategy is dead, we're all out of a job.
Oh, not really. It just means that nobody can test anybody's strategic recommendations against reality. It's, Todd, since you mentioned the NDS Commission, I have to say that the OGC lawyers in OSD have instructed me to say, when introduced that way, that I'm speaking here in my personal capacity and not for the commission, on whom my colleague Kath Hicks sits.
Did you get that legal advice? I'll know that. Yeah.
Look, it's not possible right now, and it hasn't been possible for at least 6 years, if not longer. And as long as we are under the restraints of the Budget Control Act of 2011 and the ongoing threat of sequester, it's not possible to have a coherent defense strategy. I think that the reality is the last time the Pentagon had an opportunity to even come close to doing something that was not completely budget constrained was when Bob Gates submitted the FY12 budget and strategy. And it's been a long time. I actually worry that people are going to lose the ability to do this. And there's a grave danger, I think, that lurks here. President Trump, when he spoke about national defense as a candidate in September of 2016 in Philadelphia, said that he was going to have the Budget Control Act and the sequester repealed. I think there are two dangers. One danger is that in addition to the arbitrary budget numbers that are dictated by the Budget Control Act, we've also been subject to a whole series of CRs that make it very, very difficult for the Department of Defense to do any kind of realistic strategy or planning. But secondly, I think there is always going to be a temptation, in part because folks in our military are can-do folks who want to make things work, to basically say, we can continue to execute the traditional strategy that the United States has followed roughly since 1945 with the resources we have. And at some point we begin to lie to ourselves about our ability to do that. And I think the consequence is, could be catastrophic. If you look at what we face right now, potentially as a nation, a conflict on the Korean Peninsula. I don't know if anybody here has read the recent CRS study on military options for Korea. It is very sobering reading. And I think the American public has become used to, the Gulf War, OIF, the Balkans, relatively easy military operations. And I think people are likely to be quite shocked at the results of a military conflict after essentially 10 years of budget cuts and the impact of the Budget Control Act.
Kath, what do you think?
I'm very much in agreement with Emma and Eric. I guess I should clarify, I'm also speaking for myself and not the commission. The one thing I would just add is implicit in their comments, but maybe a little more explicitly, the ambition of the nation has not changed. I think We talk a lot on the resource side, and we should. But I think it's worth acknowledging that even in an administration that ran under an America First banner, the reality is that the United States military, as part of an overall foreign policy, is, what we hope, is engaged in Europe. It's engaged in the Middle East still. It is now very much engaged in possibly even thinking of ramping up on the Korean Peninsula, let alone naval and air elsewhere in that region. And these things don't add up. They just don't add up. And as Eric said, they have not for some time, and we really have been whistling past the graveyard in terms of having rhetoric that talks about the nation's ambitions as a leader in the international community, and defense and beyond defense, not really resourcing it to that level. And I have written a piece called about the Iron Triangle of Painful Trade-offs. The reality is the military still has to be ready across this range of missions, let alone the ones it can project that it doesn't even see itself in right now, but can project. It has to modernize and be capable against very high-end threats that can be coming from nation states like China, but they can also be coming from what we traditionally think of as low-end actors, but that to whom technology diffusion has given the tools of higher-end warfare. And they also have to have size. They have to be at a capacity that allows them to operate across multiple regions simultaneously. That Iron Triangle is very difficult to break out of, and we can talk later about some ways you might try to do it. But I think the basic geometry means that we are essentially, as the majority said, sort of stuck in this place where we can't match our ambitions to our resources.
Well, so Will, is there any optimism here?
I mean, I think there's been a lot of wisdom on the panel so far. What I would add is that, you know, we've been following a grand strategy of primacy or liberal hegemony for the last 15 to 25 years, if not all the way back to the end of the beginning of the Cold War. And I think now we have to really look carefully about whether this is the best approach to move forward, given the trade-offs that are necessary in the world we're facing today, particularly given our budgetary situation. You know, when you have $20 trillion in debt, when you have other needs here at home, we have to start thinking seriously about maybe trading off some of those strategic goals that haven't been all that realistic anyway, in the sense of, are we really going to be able to remake a place like Afghanistan? Are we really going to remake the Middle East in general? Is it actually necessary for our safety? And if we're going to try to do those things, then we're going to really have a pinch in terms of the economics here at home. And the politics of this is very difficult, right? Because it's very difficult to say we're going to have more guns and less butter when there are other people who want to have more butter and less guns. And what you can get is you can get more guns, more butter, and more debt and deficits. And that's not a very healthy thing for our country's economic foundations, which is ultimately, if you're a realist like I am, that's ultimately the foundation of your military power. And that's why I think the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mike Mullen, talked about how our financial issue is actually our biggest national security threat. I thought he was going to say terrorism or China or North Korea, but he talked about our debt and deficits. And so I think we have to take that seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I would point out that every major conflict our nation has ever fought in its history has been at least partially financed by borrowing. So anything we do that, you know, could impact our ability to borrow more money can ultimately be a threat to our national security. So I want to go on to our next slide here, and we have talked about, here it is, we've talked about the difference, you know, between DoD's plans, its strategy, what it's trying to do in the world, and of course the Budget Control Act. So as Ambassador Edelman mentioned, in 2011, Congress enacted the Budget Control Act. The budget caps you see there at the very bottom, the dashed line across the bottom, those are the budget caps that went into effect once a super committee gave up and didn't come up with a deficit reduction package. The top line you see there, the Obama PB-12 budget, that was the last budget request submitted by Secretary Gates when he was Secretary of Defense. That happened in the spring of 2011, so it was the last budget before the BCA was enacted. Of course, the difference between those two lines adds up to about $1 trillion over 10 years. Now, a lot of people, you know, I think that the vast majority of Congress would say, oh no, we don't like the Budget Control Act, we certainly don't like sequestration as the enforcement mechanism, but yet we've not gotten rid of it in the 6 years since. It's been amended 3 times, but we haven't gotten rid of it. And throughout the Obama administration, you can see here the Obama PB13 budget request line there in the middle, and the last budget request of the Obama administration, the PB17 in the teal line, they all still exceeded the Budget Control Act budget caps. And of course, you see the Trump budget request there is getting back up to near the PB13 level. And I did include here as well Senator McCain's request. I like to joke that Senator McCain is a fourth co-equal branch of government. He submitted his own budget request this year before the Trump administration did. And I put it on the chart here just as a reference point because I think, if you actually look at what's in the McCain budget, the significant increase in force structure and modernization programs, that is probably pretty close to what you would need to execute the defense strategy that I think we've been trying to as a nation, as a Department of Defense for a while. So if you want that defense strategy, I think, Will, you called it, global hegemony, primacy, whatever we want to call it, you probably need something like that McCain budget, and it's still going up out in the future if you want to ramp up. But nevertheless, we have these budget caps currently in effect. So the next question, if we go to the next slide, how do we resolve this strategy budget mismatch? What should we do? So you can take out your clickers again. Press A if you think we should scale back our strategy to fit the current budget. Press B if you think we should increase the budget to fit the strategy. Press C if you think maybe it's some of both, somewhere in between. And press D if you think neither. There's not a problem here. The current balance is okay. So make your choice. Press your button. You can see here the results of our Twitter poll. So I thought it was pretty interesting that on Twitter, of course, hardly anyone said neither. Hardly anyone thinks okay as currently is. But also only 18% said increase the budget. The plurality said, let's do some of both. Let's do some sort of a slight reduction in strategy, slight increase in the budget. And then 38% said, hey, let's just scale back the strategy and try to do less. So make your final selection, hit your button. We're going to close the poll now. And let's show the results. What did the audience say here? So actually kind of similar to what we saw on Twitter. The majority here, well, almost a majority, 48% said some of both. 21% said increase the budget. 32% said scale back the strategy. Now, these results are not typical for the discussion that we have here in Washington, D.C. So I want to go down the line here and ask each of you to comment, what is your personal view on what we should do to resolve the strategy budget mismatch? And, what do you think of the results we see from the audience?
I certainly agree with A, and I think we should be scaling back our strategy. But as a broader point, I think this question is often framed in a problematic way. I think you're right. The debate that we have here in Washington is basically about the budget and how do we meet DoD's budget needs? How do we help them do the things that they need to do? And we've seen this just in the last couple of weeks. We saw the incident with troops getting killed in Niger, which was followed by some discussion in the press and in Congress about, well, if they had the resources they needed, this wouldn't have been a problem. We need to scale up the resources there. The debate wasn't about should the troops have been there in the first place. The debate was, now they're there, and this is something we're doing, how do we up the budget to meet it? And so what I would like to see is not even just us scale back our strategy. The basic premise that I would ask for is a debate that flows from strategy into budget rather than the other way around. So let's start by deciding what it is that we want to do, and then talk about the budget that's necessary to actually achieve that. And the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Analysis did a great study last year where they asked a whole bunch of think tanks to basically present a view of what their strategy would be if they were allowed to just redesign American foreign policy wholesale, and what budgetary resources would they need for that. And I highly commend the study to you. The Cato Institute presented one view, but a bunch of other think tanks presented their own views, and the estimates vary by trillions of dollars across the different estimates, depending on how expansive you believe our strategy should be. And so some version of that writ large is a debate that we should really be having as a country.
Ambassador Ellerman, sure.
But Todd is too modest to say this himself, so I will. But the study that Emma just referred to was based on the use of a very good budget, defense budget tool that Todd developed while he was with us at CSBA. So when you have the kind of mismatch that we've been discussing between the objectives of your strategy and the means you have to make them, you really have three choices. One is to retrench and scale back the objectives of the strategy. Let me come back to that in a minute. A second is to do what we've done in the past, historically on occasion, which is to assume more risk. The United Kingdom, between the two wars, decided that it would operate on the basis of a budget rule, that so-called 10-year rule, that said we're not going to go to war anytime in the next 10 years, and therefore we can budget accordingly. That turned out to be, in the end of the day, pretty catastrophic assumption. We did this in the 1950s when President Eisenhower wanted to cut the budget and inaugurated the new look. And the idea there was we were not going to try and match the Soviet Union man for man in a conventional way because we couldn't. So we would rely more heavily on nuclear weapons and on the threat of massive retaliation, which was in fact a more risk-acceptant strategy than what had been proposed at the tail end of the Truman administration. Some of that is going on today. I mean, the fact that the nuclear posture review is going to be finished before the national defense strategy is finished tells you something about Secretary Mattis's priorities right now, and the comments he's made about the importance of modernization of the nuclear force is a frank recognition, in my view, of the fact that we are going to be accepting more risk and therefore have to rely more on nuclear deterrence to maintain the security of the various parts of the world that we have made it our business to be responsible for. And the third is to add more resources to the budget. That's the course I favor. I kind of like that McCain top line. I thought that looked pretty good. Let me just make a couple of observations, though, including about some comments that some of my colleagues up here have made. The strategy that we've been following, which we've talked about kind of in broad terms but haven't really specified, I would take issue a little bit with Will. I don't think it's a question necessarily about remaking other societies, although that's occasionally been part of what we've tried to do as a nation, not usually very successfully. I'd agree with him on that score. But what we really have tried to do since the end of World War II is to prevent any hostile power from dominating Europe or Asia, and increasingly after the Brits withdrew from their responsibilities in the Middle East, we've applied the same template there. It's all well and good to say we're going to scale back what we're doing in the world, but I'd like people to tell me where they think that is. So do people think it would be good for the United States Navy to withdraw from the Western Pacific, which is actually a condition that has allowed China to enjoy its peaceful rise over the last 30 years? I think the potential for danger there is quite high. There are a lot of unresolved conflicts in the region. The Korean Peninsula, of course, is the one that focuses our attention most now, but there are others. My friend Misha Auslin, formerly of AEI, now of Hoover, has written a very interesting book about the end of the Asian century. We tend to think about the rise of Asia, peace and wealth, but there is a lot of potential conflict in that region, and the retrocession of U.S. military presence there, I think, is likely to make it a more disordered rather than more ordered region. In Europe, which is the other main theater in which we've maintained the peace since the end of 1945, we now face a Russia, we face a return really of great power competition with both Russia and China. And I don't think that a withdrawal of the United States from Europe is going to make things easier. We actually more or less did that. When Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea in 2014, there was not a single US tank in Europe. Not one. So the idea that it's somehow US military presence that's creating conflict in these regions, I think, is a mistaken notion. It's U.S. presence that provides whatever glimmer of hope we might have to maintain some sense of order in these regions. The region that most people would love to be able to get out of is the Middle East, and I join them in that. I would love to be able to, take on less responsibility for that region. But we've actually already run a couple of experiments on that and found out how hard that is to do. The previous administration, I think, would have liked nothing better than to, and I defer to Kath on this, but President Obama would have liked nothing better than to withdraw the United States from the Middle East. In fact, he said he was going to do that. He said the tide of war was receding, and he insisted essentially on adhering to the very letter of the Status of Forces Agreement with Iraq, leading to the withdrawal of U.S. forces in December of 2011. He said he was going to do the same about Afghanistan. Well, the consequence of withdrawal from Iraq was the collapse of the Iraqi security forces and the rise of ISIS, which required the United States to go back into the region. The deferral of any action in Syria, which I think will be probably the longest lasting strategic consequence of the Obama administration, left a vacuum that's been filled by forces that are not exactly bringing order to the region, but are bringing more disorder, Russia and Iran. And in Afghanistan, even President Trump, who said he wanted to get out, has found that it's not so easy to get out. So when people say they want to scale back the strategy, I'd like to hear them tell me where they're going to do that and what additional risk they'd like to assume.
All right. And actually, Kath, I want to go back one slide here, because you're on the hook. If you go back one more to the chart, there we go. So the 2012 DSG came out in parallel with the Obama PB13 budget request, I believe. And so I think, would you argue that the strategy and the budget were aligned at that time? And how has that changed since then?
Okay, do I get to also go back to the other? All right, I'll try to cover it all here. So yes, I think the prime purpose of the Defense Strategic Guidance of 2012 was in fact to align the strategy and the resources within that strategy. And a minor side note, I really dislike calling it strategy budget mismatch, because strategy itself, the resources are part of the strategy. So I do think it perpetuates this view that strategy is a rarefied occupation and the tablets come down. But moving on from that, so yes, I think that was a strong attempt. I think Eric's basically right. It was built around a series of assumptions, very much tied to coming out of Iraq. It's clear about that. To looking ahead to, because 2010 essentially withdrawal had occurred, looking ahead to coming out of Afghanistan and reinvesting, if you will, those resources into other areas of defense, while understanding that there was this budget crunch coming that is beyond defense. The basic problem with the DSG is those assumptions were wrong. The assumption about Russia was wrong, which was true, by the way, from at least the early 2000s forward. The assumptions about what we would have to worry about in a military sense from Russia were wrong. The assumptions on the Middle East were wrong. The assumptions on China were right and continued to be right and are really problematic. So let me jump ahead to where we are today and the comments I made before about the difficulties. I do believe the United States is best off leading in the world environment. But I guess like Eric, I think there's a difference between stating that and saying the United States wants to be a global hegemon, or implying some kind of global policeman approach, as was argued in the 90s against the United States from within. I think that leadership can mean a lot of different things. As a matter of fact, the last administration was often accused of leading from behind from those on the right. So I think there is an open debate in American society, and always has been, about what it means to lead. My personal view is that the United States never wanted to lead everywhere all the time in the same way, and it doesn't have an aggressive expansionist external focus in terms of military aggression. So what does that mean? That means to me that there is a basic consensus in the United States that we do better in terms of our economy and in terms of our security by being engaged overseas. It means that when it comes to the tool of the military, the use of American military forces, it's where we are most restrained, and frankly, we should be. the risks are highest, the implications for the long term are greatest, the blood and treasure elements are prominent and should be. All that said, there are times and places where the United States has always felt that it needs to be able to have the prowess to succeed, and that is what I think we have at risk today. So what would I do to try to fix this? First of all, I do think I go with the crowd. I think it's C. I think part of the answer is resources. I do not think you can innovate your way out of this entirely, but I think innovation in all its aspects, I do not mean technology when I say innovation. Innovation in all its aspects has to be a piece of this. That means looking at the broader toolkit. When do we think about using the military? And when do we sit back and decide, gee, the Kremlin's got a pretty good playbook. China seems to have a pretty good playbook. There are many other actors we could go through. North Koreans don't have a whole lot of money, but they sure are holding everybody hostage right now. What is our playbook that is smarter and that puts military forces inside a context of an integrated set of tools? We're not doing that as a nation. I'm not saying we have to upend the entire 1947 National Security Act. I think that will be extraordinarily difficult to do. I've tilted at that windmill before. I think there are many things you can do below that level to better integrate and grow the tools that we have, government, non-government, local, state, federal, allies, et cetera, to do that. I think a big piece is your asymmetries. Look always to your asymmetries. In the military, of course, we can think things like submarines. We can look at obviously our capabilities and trained personnel, and we should look at that alliance structure, as Eric said, that is hugely advantageous and uniquely advantageous to the United States, and think about how to adapt and grow that structure for the future to contest adversaries better. I think we can be more efficient, and I don't think efficiencies are without their downside costs for strategy. That can mean in terms of their effects on recruitment and retention. If you want to cut benefits, it can mean effects on your ability to regrow if you're talking about infrastructure reduction. But these are the hard things people and countries and corporations do every day. The United States can be, if it could get past its political impasses in terms of those efficiencies, could do much, much better than it's doing right now. And then finally, I think we have to think about innovation systematically. I think we have become so obsessed with going out to Silicon Valley and finding a unicorn to lasso and drag back here that's like the laser of the future or something, you know, in some sort of, you know, Dr. Evil sense, that we're going to solve all the world's problems with this tech that we find. Tech is a piece of the answer, but the Department of Defense has got to start institutionalizing in a very serious way the integrated functioning of its personnel, its operational concepts development, its experimentation budget, which was something we did in the 90s. It got totally sidelined for good reason because of the investment we had to put into actual battlefield operational experience, but that means whole portions of the spectrum of conflict we are not experimenting and exercising on in a serious way. And we've got to build over that valley of death from things that we experiment on and develop and work with the operators to deliver to the field. Those are some of the things I think that can help on the innovation side. The last thing I will say, which links to everything that's been said, is we have to look to strengthening the United States. Some of this is about what adversaries are doing, and a lot of this is about what we are doing to ourselves. Our institutions are weak. Our democracy in terms of how we're functioning as a people is weak. Our consensus feels weak. And so we need to start building back that credibility so that adversaries and allies look to what we say and what we do, and they believe us. That's how deterrence works. That's how reassurance works. That's how conflicts are avoided. Not by spending all our time arguing with one another and putting out 15 different approaches to foreign policy at once and asking them to figure it out. So I think if we can get our house in order, innovate a bit more, spend a little more money, and get those ambitions about what it means to lead without assuming that means that we're going to be a global hegemon who invades everywhere, I think that gets you a long way to the solution.
Okay.
I'm not running for any office.
Why not? I'll vote for you.
You voted.
Okay, Will, you're last up. What's your approach?
Yeah, I mean, there's. I think this issue of leadership is an important one, maybe where I can start, which is I agree with Kath that one of the ways we can be a better leader in the world is through being an exemplar of trying to perfect liberalism and democracy here at home. Would be a great way to show the world what success would look like. That's much more effective, I think, or will be more effective than, say, democracy at the end of a bayonet, which we've tried The other thing I guess I would make, and a couple points on what the ambassador said. I think that issue of the British Empire's experience is a good one, which he brought up. What the British Empire did is it spent a lot of resources on the periphery when it should have been concentrating on the core. And I think that the United States has followed that path, and it's been destructive, and it's especially costly. So we've gone down the road of getting involved in places that are frankly tertiary. I mean, I'd really like to hear a good argument about why Libya was the kind of fight that we should have taken on. It was not. It was focusing on a periphery. It's also something that our allies had greater interest there than we did, and we should have led like from the further behind, if you ask me, right? And look what happened there. And this gets to my third point, which is, you know, I take the ambassador's comments about some of the successes of the post-World War II era seriously, right? But over the last 15 to 25 years, the kind of things we've done have suggested kind of something like this line. Ask a Marxist, you know, has Marxism ever worked? Well, it's actually never been tried the way it should have been, right? That's why it didn't work. What I hear is well, primacy is something that we need, and whatever we want to call it, we could call it deep engagement, we could call it liberal hegemonialism, academics have a million terms. But the posture that we followed over the last 15 to 25 years, you could say, well, we just haven't followed it the right way. It led us into places like Iraq, it led us into Libya, it's letting us support Saudis in this very morally problematic war in Yemen, it's led us to do nation building and government in a box in Helmand province, which most people can't even identify on the map. It's led us to muck around in Ukraine. It's led us to create reckless driving in Georgia. It's expanded NATO such that it's caused a security dilemma, and now we have to deal with the Baltics. Yeah, but that's really isn't the strategy we really should provoke. That's not leadership. That's not while primacy is done smartly. Well, the problem is that the vision is too gigantic, and it can't be rationalized. So we need a whole different vision, I think. One that is much more consistent with realism and restraint, and a view about how our allies now should be not only sharing the burden, but some of the burden should be shifted, right? So some of those issues that are important to the future of Europe, European countries should be taking the lead. Europe is richer and more populous than the United States is. Why are they essentially defense welfare queens? That's just not really effective. Okay? And again, the problem is that we just need a kind of a frame shift away from the kind of, I think, stale ideas, not only in the last 15 to 25 years, but ideas that were relevant to the Cold War when they were successful. And we talk about the big bear. It's not the same thing. Russia spends about $65 billion on its military every year. That's 10% of the United States. It doesn't have the power projection capability that the Soviet Union had. And Europe is back on its feet. The Marshall Plan was like my grandfather's generation. Europe is a different place. And so I would just caution us about using old frames about these threats.
So Ambassador Edelman, you look like you want to respond.
Right. So I agree with Will in the sense that I think we're looking at a very different picture now than we were certainly at the end of the Cold War. We now face a situation where we have growing great power threats from Russia and China, as well as emerging nuclear powers like North Korea, which is already established, and Iran, which is a potential nuclear power down the road, as well as all of the other disorder that we face from violent Islamic extremist groups that still would like to do damage to the United States, which is something we have to worry about as well. The problem is that we have to fight or prepare to fight in a bunch of away games where our adversaries, potential, Russia and China, have huge advantages of interior lines of communication, but also the ability to invest in a lot of capabilities that we have been systematically disinvesting in. That is why in Europe, the Chief of Staff of the Army has testified to the Congress that we are now outranged, outgunned, and outmanned by Russia. Because we have been systematically, while they've been investing in reactive armor for tanks, As you recall, I said we didn't even have one in Europe in 2014. In longer range artillery, we've been disinvesting in all those things because we've been concentrating for 15 years, and we can argue about the wisdom of that or not, in a lot of counterinsurgency and stabilization operations. I mean, I take responsibility for some of that, but I'm going to have to pass, Libya off to Kath. But
I think you mean to the next administration. Kath did not do Libya.
But no, just in terms of speaking for it. But the result of that is we now have a long way to go to catch up to be able to provide the assurance and reassurance to our allies that is needed to maintain those alliances and to maintain a stable balance in these regions. Should the allies do more? Yes. That's been a persistent issue that goes back to when the ink wasn't even dry on the Washington Treaty in 1948. It would always be better, for our allies to do more. And I encourage, every administration to break its pick on this problem. The problem is that as long as we provide a nuclear deterrent behind which they can shelter, we've created a classic public goods problem. And we can always work to try and make it a better division of labor. And I would argue that we ought to have a more explicit division of labor with our allies. But the reality is a certain amount of free riding is something that is just going to happen, and we're going to have to live with a certain amount of it, I believe.
Any responses? Yeah?
Yeah, I guess, I sort of wanted to comment on the ambassador's remarks on, well, which region of the world would you say we should withdraw from? And I would say that's not the question. The question is not about whether we are assuring U.S. interests in a certain part of the world. The question is about how we achieve that. And I think, from my point of view, the Middle East is very instructive in this. If we look at U.S. posture, U.S. policy towards the Middle East during the Cold War, the late Cold War period, our goals were effectively those you outlined. It was preventing any one state from rising up to challenge us, preventing Soviet hegemony of the region, also ensuring energy security. But if you go back and you actually look, the US didn't really keep a presence in the region during that period. Very minimal presence in the late Cold War, almost nothing before that. It's only after the Gulf War in 1991 that we see the numbers of US troops in that region start to grow. And over the period since then, what we've seen is not just that our military commitment to the region has grown, but it's that we have shifted the goalposts in what we think we are there to do. So we no longer talk about the US military as being in the Middle East to ensure that no one can threaten us in that region. Now we talk about state building. We talk about stability operations. We talk about counterterrorism. We talk about all of these different missions that are in effect shifting the goalposts from these sort of grand strategic questions of should we be asserting US interests in that region that have come down to should we be trying to shape the region. And I know that you're saying that we're really not trying to shape the region, but I think if we look at US policy in the last 10 to 15 years, it's really hard to draw that conclusion. And so I think we need to come down from grand strategy to the level of, well, how do we achieve those ends as well before we can start talking about the budget?
And if we're worried about a rising peer competitor, the question is, what's the best way to deal with that? And if NATO is the best way to deal with a rising Russia, if that's what we want to agree it is, there still remains the question of Georgia and Ukraine. They are not part of the NATO alliance. If we believe the NATO alliance is sufficient to deal with this issue, then we should think seriously about taking some commitments off the board. So not expanding NATO any further. I think that's a reasonable thing that we could agree on to make sure we reduce this mismatch between strategy and budgets. Does Georgia add to our safety? Is it necessary? Should we be arming Ukraine and sinking into that morass? When we won the Cold War, with Ukraine and Georgia being part of the Soviet Union. So I think that if we went back to our kind of core interests, and I think this argument about preventing Eurasian hegemons is an important one, are those countries necessary to be part of a coalition to prevent a Eurasian hegemon? And I think every scholar in American history until recently has said no.
Well, to Eric's question before, a lot of people would agree that we want our NATO allies to do more for their own defense, as you had said. How do we get them to do more? Administration after administration has tried this. I think it was Secretary Rumsfeld who referred to old Europe. We've castigated them. We've tried a lot of things. Germany is still at, about 1% of GDP spending on defense. What do we need to do to get Europeans to do more for themselves?
I mean, the ambassador hits on the great point about, from social science. There's a public goods problem. And so I guess another thing to ask, though, is that maybe our European allies don't see as many threats in the world as we do, and that's why they are restraining some of their defense spending, particularly if they think that we might flake, which is what some people worried about with the rise of Trump, at least in part of his messaging during the campaign. So that maybe they're being more realistic than we are, although you could say, well, that's because they have the umbrella. But that does go back to Eisenhower, which I think was also another important point. I think Eisenhower tried to rationalize our Cold War approach so that we weren't blowing out the budgets. And you see that in his farewell address, where he is worried about some of the domestic ramifications of the rise of the Pentagon and the budgetary ramifications. And he said, let's have a new look, a new approach to this, where we can be a little bit more frugal and still maintain the same ends, or meet the same ends. And I think that would be wise today to say, maybe we need to find ways to limit our commitments, find ways to get smart on budgeting. So for example, with nuclear modernization, do we need all three legs of the triad, and do we need to modernize all of them? Maybe there's a new look approach to that might be just as effective at deterring potential threats, but not as costly. And that way we could use it for other things that might be also important. Because again, smart people as well, folks on the panel are all in this category, understand that trade-offs do need to be made. I mean, even John McCain is making a trade-off up there. I don't know what he's trading off, but there's something.
Todd, there is this, vogue of the Ike age, and recurrence back to President Eisenhower. I do like to point out, however, that the new look and massive retaliation, which are the pieces of Eisenhower's strategy that are most frequently adduced in these arguments, is only a part of what Ike did. The other part was a very major ramp up of U.S. covert action, which led to the reinstitution of the Shah's regime in Iran, the overthrow of the Arbenz regime in Guatemala, and then ultimately the planning that led to the Bay of Pigs in Cuba. So it was not just sort of cutting the defense budget and relying on nuclear strategy. It was using other tools, which may or may not have been appropriate at different points in time, but have also become a little bit more difficult for the United States to use in the current environment. And I just think it's important to point that out.
There's been a lot here, so I'll just touch on a couple of things. I do think a key way to think about this is risk. We have, just to take the Middle East piece, but then you can think of it more generally, we have tried kind of every approach, get everything out, put things in, back dictatorships, back populist movements. There's no easy strategy. This is not easy. There's no way to predict exactly how something's going to go when you make the first entry. And I do think it's important to think about strategy as ever adapting, ever evolving. And we are going to get some things wrong. The question is, where is the preponderance of risk? The example you gave of Georgia and Ukraine, I would say just using that example rests on a theory of deterrence or of the security dilemma that should be explicit. I personally don't believe that would be, that us abandoning, if you will, non-NATO partner states completely is a way to signal that Russia does not have to feel a security dilemma throughout its area. and thus would not undertake aggressive action. In point of fact, I think everything we know about Russia, at least that I know about Russia, would point the other direction. That is not to say that Ukraine and Georgia are NATO members or that we have ever treated them as though they are NATO, allies. And I think that's appropriate. But I think, again, as you look at each of these regions or any of the context in which you're operating, everyone on this panel, myself included, is coming to the table with a set of assumptions about how the systems work, what motivates the countries, what deters the countries. And that's why it's not straight up easy, be in, be out. And I just want to end on the point about allies and the free rider. The United States gets a heck of a lot out of these free riding alliances. We get a lot of decision flexibility in the UN, in NATO, I don't usually like to highlight this around allies, but they all know it, right? We do invest the most. Others should be investing more than they do. Some are. But the United States also benefits tremendously from leading those. And so again, there is a complex cost-benefit risk assessment to be done about when is it useful to have a little more on the table because you want to drive the decision because you think your interests are greatly engaged. And when is it not as important to you and it's more important to get a little more of that debt reduction for the United States by getting others to invest. This is why it's complicated, and this is why I think the U.S. leading is really where we want to get people focused, and then agree that we don't want them leading by taking over nations throughout the world. Then the rest is left, if you will, to figure out the right and the wrong and adapt as we go.
All right, I want to go to some questions from the audience. So we have some microphones, I think, somewhere in the back. So let's go here in the front.
Thank you. I get to ask the first question again. Augusta Salzona, a longtime student of both Philippine and American history. I am been a long-time American citizen, but I'm a native of the Philippines. The question is this, what do the panel, those of you on the panel who feel maybe qualified to comment on this, just gunboat diplomacy versus sanctions, the effectiveness of that going forward, and also I sort of see this somewhat what's happening to the United States and the West as kind of more like the Roman Empire in a sense. You have a Praetorian Guard protecting what's left of our republic versus, and then you have troops over there and all over the world, which is necessary or not depending on where you are. So that's the question.
Any comments from the panel?
Well, I'd just say I think economic tools to include sanctions are a very valuable part of how we should be thinking about how we can shape decision calculuses. It's both, when we think about the economic tools, it's not just the sticks, which is the sanctions, which is important. It's also the carrots, and it's the, if you will, the ability to create targeted approaches that are as specific as possible to the kinds of outcomes you're trying to create. I don't think sanctions alone on any kind of short timeline can usually get you where you need to go with a capable adversary or a potential adversary. I think usually you have to mix it with other tools. And I think whether you call it gunboat diplomacy or just coercive diplomacy, which is a term I like a little more, I think there is a value to having scalable, actionable military power that can be used to counter provocations and can be used as a forward deterrent option to prevent threats from manifesting. I think there's a value to both.
Emma?
Yeah, there are problems with basically all the tools of U.S. foreign policy. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And sanctions, I think, are one of the great examples where they have worked spectacularly well in some cases, spectacularly badly in others. But for me, again, this sort of speaks to, we're talking about the defense budget and we're talking about strategy, but strategy shouldn't just be about the defense budget. And another way in which this debate has become very sclerotic in recent years is that we have seen more and more of the debate shift into the Department of Defense. We've seen, frankly, the militarization of US foreign policy, resources shifting away from the State Department, resources shifting away from USAID, and the military just becoming a much larger part of US foreign policy. If we want to have, again, an active, coherent debate about how we achieve our strategic goals, we have to include the non-military tools. And I think that's something we're not very good at doing.
Well, so, to expand on this question, are instruments of national power, if they're economic, diplomatic, and military, are we out of balance? Are we too low in some of these?
Well, Todd, I largely agree with what Emma just said, and I think, in particular, as someone who spent 30 years of his life in the United States Foreign Service, one of the most troubling aspects of what's happened over the last year has been the systematic reduction of the U.S. diplomatic platform under Secretary Tillerson's watch. I think this is really, whatever strategy you believe in, and I think whatever any of the four of us, would agree or disagree about with regard to U.S. strategy and policy, beggaring the diplomatic capability of the United States just doesn't seem like a very smart thing to do given the scale of the challenges. And I mean, like I'm past mandatory retirement. I retired 8 years ago from the Foreign Service, but I've watched over the last few months as the age cohort 10 years below me have all left. And this is at the same time that A100 classes have been reduced, that President Management fellowships have been reduced, that Pickering and Fussell fellowships have been stopped or put on hold. What organization does anybody know, and what theory of management says that you get rid of, as part of reorganization, your most senior experienced executives and you restrict intake? I mean, what organization that anybody can point to from the Harvard Business School faculty or elsewhere has prospered or survived under that kind of circumstance? And I think the problem here is the capability is very easy to destroy. As those of us who've worked in government know, it takes much longer to reconstitute and rebuild that capability. And I think that in terms of U.S. strategy, one of the biggest long-term dangers we face is that it's going to take a very long time to restore that capability.
All right, I know we have a lot of questions here. Let's go here in the front.
Thank you. Pete Shutley, retired State Department in Brookings. A two-part question. My first question is the options that you gave us to increase the DoD budget or reduce strategy. There's a third option there you never offered us, which is cut the fat out of the Pentagon. It's full of lard. The Pentagon, as Eric knows, has more musicians than the State Department has diplomats. We're cutting the National Endowment for Arts. Why does the Air Force need a full-fledged orchestra? Why do we have sea chanters on and on and on? So the State Department has about a dozen Congressional Affairs Office. The Air Force, one of the services, has 82. The Army has 83. The Marines have 80-something. The OSD has more. That DoD total has about 500 Congressional Affairs Offices. State Department has 10. So there's fat all over in the Pentagon. My second larger question, based on what you just mentioned here, we feel great when leaders say the U.S. has the best military ever. But looking at our track record since 1945, we're playing average. Korea was a stalemate. We lost in Vietnam. Iraq, I don't know how you define that, as a loss or maybe a tie. We haven't succeeded in Afghanistan for 18 years. With all this money we're putting in, we're not winning. Something's wrong. I don't know what that is, but we're not winning.
So can I take the first one?
Sure, and I think probably everyone here would agree with cutting waste, but go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why I am very reluctant to hear people talk about the problems of just putting on caps. And again, it's a blunt instrument, But the fact is it does force an institution to try to come to grips and to make trade-offs between the most important things, beans and bullets, and maybe the band. And this is something that people like Eugene Goltz of Notre Dame have talked about as imposing some discipline. And I think there's some wisdom to that, even though the way we've done it, I think, is potentially too blunt.
And touching military bands is highly political. People who have tried this before. But, even going back to when Rumsfeld came into the Pentagon, he was talking about cutting 5% out of the budget through efficiencies. When the Obama administration came in, we had the whole efficiency initiative. I always like to point out to the comptroller, Bob Hale, that he wrote a paper at CSBA in 2002 that said, yes, you should try to get more efficient, but don't bank on the savings because they rarely happen.
Yeah. But it's like with the issue of excess capacity. I mean, the Pentagon is telling us that they have excess capacity, so why don't we do a BRAC? Let's do that before we spend more money and move up that chart.
Any other thoughts on efficiencies?
One of my favorite articles ever was written by Ed Luttwak in Commentary, which was called Why the Pentagon Needs More Waste, Fraud, and Abuse. A couple of points. One, just a shout out to Pete, who was my office mate in the Office of Soviet Affairs back in the day when there was a Soviet Union, and Pete did a lot, along with my colleagues, to help bring an end to the evil empire. So thanks to Pete for his service. But on cutting and reforming the budget, look, everybody's in favor of reform, and everyone's got their own pet rock about what most needs reforming in the DoD. Having looked at this in the past two congressionally appointed defense panels, the independent panel in 2010 and the National Defense Panel in 2014, even the most aggressive reformers will tell you that the maximum you could maybe squeeze out of this is, $150 billion over 10 years. That's not, chump change, and that's not to be sneezed at, and we should go after it. And we should go after it, among other things, because it's a sine qua non, I think, for getting political support ultimately to repeal BCA and then the sequester. But if you look at your chart and you look at the delta and you look at $1 trillion being cut out of defense over 10 years, it doesn't even get close to going up to McCain or even the Obama PB-12. So reform is important, but we're not going to be able to reform our way out of the mismatch we have between resources and strategy. Apologies to Kath for having made the mismatch.
No, I would just add, I think I said that in the opening. I definitely think there are efficiencies to go after, and I agree with Eric. You have to do that. They're probably not enough, but that doesn't mean you don't go after them. I do want to point out the unstated, which we all know, fact that we invented our own system for getting around caps, which is called OCO, among other things. And never underestimate the ability of the political cast of the United States to figure out more politically easy ways around things that we think are sort of foolproof tactics. So I think the caps really did much more harm than probably those who might have supported them thought they would, because they both hurt our ability to invest and be strategic and be long-term. And to Eric's point, we kept having CRs on top of that. And they also still didn't avoid the political problem of creating more funds, and this with less oversight, less scrutiny, less hearings, whatever you want to call it, over how we spend that money. So it's a perfect lose-lose situation that we've created. More money than the people who supported the caps want, easier political outcome for all the actors in Washington, and no ability to plan to meet the end goals that the department has for DoD. And I think that's where we sit right now. I don't know how to change that.
And I am reminded of the quote from former Congressman Barney Franks. He used to say that the fat and the waste in the defense budget, it's not like fat around the edge of a
piece of meat that you can trim off. The fat is marbled into the meat. It's very hard to go after it. But nevertheless, you should try. Cook the meat. Maybe it'll melt out. Okay, I want to go here in the very back. Question?
Well, in meetings like this, I'm with the United States of Africa 2017 Project Task Force. I usually don't have a question, I have an observation to make. When you're talking about the American leadership in the world since after the war, I want to ask you, look at the people in this room and you're all there. Did you get the rest of the people in the world who do not look like you in a plebiscite or referendum to say, they want United States and Europe to lead them? That's what you have to think about when you're talking about American global leadership. The rest of the people who look like me in the world, who are the majority, are not interested in your leadership. Thank you.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
I'm going to go back to something I said before, which I generally don't like to say. Not surprising that people in other regions of the world are thinking about it from their national perspective, and those two may not always meet. I don't want to suggest that they do naturally.
I'm sorry our guest has left the room, so he wasn't able to hear Kath's response, or now mine. But, say what you will about, the global order that the United States helped with its allies create after 1945. It has lifted more than 2 billion people out of absolute poverty, and it has led to the greatest period of prosperity known in the history of the world. And without the security architecture that was put together by the United States and its allies between 1947 and 1951, I don't think we can reasonably believe that any of that would have happened.
One thing I would add is the best way I think we can interact with diverse peoples around the world actually has nothing to do with this. It actually has to do with making sure that we continue to liberalize trade around the world and that we do not flake on the best thing that was created as part of the post-war era, which was the global trading system that has become more liberal and more liberal over time. And one of my supreme worries about rhetoric in town, not just on one side, right? Because both candidates in the last election were not talking about liberalizing free trade. But my worry is that we will go back on this. And I think that would be hugely destructive of well-being for us and well-being for people around the world. And that's a much better way for us to signal to the world what we care about. Positive-sum games and making the world a better place.
Okay, we have time for one last question. I know there's too many. This gentleman up front has had his hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I'm absolutely delighted. I come from a long way. I came from Nepal, and of course I've been following very closely the CSIS deliberations, and this has been a fantastic, enlightening discussion. I was in the other panel on the trade before, and of course the same idea came up in terms of what would a trade war do. And now, of course, we're talking about this idea of matching U.S. Strategy and strategic ambitions and strategic agendas, objectives to resources. In all of this, for instance, does the strengthening and making institutions like the UN more effective fit into this strategy, in the sense that many of the problems that we see today is partly because the UN has not been able to, function effectively on some of the objectives that were created by its founding fathers in the new world. So I'd like to hear the views of the panel, please. Thank you.
Role of the UN?
I'll start. Yeah, I think the UN can play a much more constructive role than it does today. I think the UN is in the current parlance, was a disruptive approach that was smart to pursue. I think the United States has greatly benefited as a nation, and I think the world has benefited from the fact that the UN has existed. But there are obviously huge structural problems and reform-related problems to how it operates that I just bluntly think it will have to adapt if it is going to stay relevant into the future. If nations are going to continue to invest their dollars into it, or to give any credence or to the credibility of its deliberations. But I think it can get there. I just think it will take more than the United States to be invested in that happening. I don't think it's a priority for this administration, but I think I'm hopeful that we can make some progress in the next several years.
Emma, you had something?
Yeah, I just want to pick up on this question of trade again, because I think this goes right back to that question that we had at the start about, what is feasible in this political environment. And I do feel that this is the central tension in the way that the Trump administration is approaching foreign policy. They are not liberal internationalists, but the way in which they are not liberal internationalists is that they don't support an open trading world order. And yet, at the same time, they are very keen to ramp up the military side of things. And so this is kind of a worst of all worlds from the point of view of a coherent strategy. We'll lose out economically. We'll lose out by spending our military, sending them overseas to do many things that don't necessarily benefit the American people. And at the same time, we'll have no coherent strategy. And so I think we normally sort of push trade off to the side when we talk about strategy and defense budgets. But in this administration, the question of trade and the question of global openness is kind of the key one for what the administration chooses to do on strategy. And like Will says, I'm worried.
Eric?
So I agree with what Will and Emma have said about the international trading order, and I do think it's something that is a worrisome aspect of the Trump administration's policies. I do think that those of us who support that order need to pause and reflect a little bit, not just on what's happened in the United States in our last election, but also what you see happening in other parts of the world. The unequal distribution of the gains of globalization have created some economic ructions that, combined with the greater mobility of populations, have created some cultural ructions that are given rise to some very, I think, malicious political forces, not just here in the United States, but in other countries. And we're going to have to contend with that as part of our strategy. And we're used to thinking about the threat from the left, but there's this also, I think, threat from the populist right that has to be authoritarian populist right that needs to be taken into account as well. On the UN, and then I want to finish by getting back to the question of sanctions, because I think it's an important one. The UN specialized agencies have done some terrific work. The UN, when it comes to the major conflicts that are roiling the world, is only as effective as the unity it can produce among the member states, and particularly the member states of the Security Council. So in the run-up to the first Gulf War, when there was, if not unanimity, at least unanimity between the United States and the Soviet Union about ending Saddam Hussein's aggression in Kuwait, and a willingness on the part of China to let it go forward, you could get effective, international action. When there's division among and as there increasingly is, among the permanent members of the Security Council, then you can't get anything done. I mean, you can't even get the Council now to address what its own, organs have concluded about chemical weapons use in Syria. If you can't get them to take that up seriously, I'm not sure what you can get them to do constructively. Let me just say a word about sanctions. I think I agree with Kath that sanctions are only one part of a larger economic toolkit, but they have become a very effective part of our toolkit over the last 15, 16 years. And under the leadership of Stuart Levy and Adam Zubin and others, David Cohn, who've been involved in this, they have shown themselves to be extremely effective ways of getting countries who are engaged, particularly in nuclear proliferation activities, to come to heel to some degree. I think the biggest challenge we face is that they are so effective that they once you get into negotiation with these countries, whether it's the six-party talks with North Korea or the negotiations that led to the JCPOA, that the other side is screaming for relief. And our failure, I think, diplomatically has been we have almost always provided relief before we've really solved the problem. And I think that has come back to bite us. It certainly has come back to bite us with regard to North Korea, and that's a bipartisan comment about administrations of both parties going back to Bush 41. I fear it may come back to bite us in the case of Iran as well.
Well, last word.
Sure. I think Emma and I would probably differ on the effectiveness of sanctions, but I'm going to leave that where it is. And just kind of conclude with this. I mean, I think it's very important to have these, discussions of big numbers and of the fiscal costs. But I think we shouldn't forget when we're talking about foreign policy, particularly defense strategy and defense policy, that we are talking about sending men and women into harm's way and potentially getting killed for high-minded ideals or cold-hearted realism. And I think we should always figure in the human cost. And that's why I take so seriously this notion that what we're doing in many places hasn't been working, and getting away necessarily from simply the kind of the brass tacks and thinking about the 4,000 dead in Iraq, the thousands dead in Afghanistan, the people we've hurt in Iraq, in Yemen, in Libya. And I think that needs to be part of a broad discussion that talks about budgets, strategies, and that human element, particularly given we have a voluntary force that has had to bear this burden.
All right, well, that'll be the last word. Before we adjourn, I just want to let everyone know that we have lunch waiting for you out behind you here on the second floor. And at least we know from this panel that strategic thinking is not dead. So please join me in thanking the panelists.